basic. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. All right, that'll take us to community comments. I don't think we have any comments tonight. Oh, wait, we do. I'll first call Crystal Wiley, please. Oh, yeah. If you're familiar with the way we did this last time, we'll go ahead and call up 5 folks if we can have them on standby. Crystal Wiley. Oh, I'm sorry, the lectern's over.
Yeah, thank you, Todd.
Crystal Wiley. Robin Laffin. Brandy White. Don Dumont, and Jimmy Navarez. Oh, very good, yeah. Very nice. And we'll be keeping time on the screen today, so at 3 minutes, if you'd please yield, I would appreciate it. Ms. Wiley.
Before I begin, I would like to request an additional time based on information that I received from the district today at 3:30, please.
I'm sorry, we only allow 3 minutes.
That's fine. Excuse me. I need you to know the hell I've lived through today. As you can see, I have things on my body. I checked myself out of the ER for the 6th time since September 28th. I have a brain concussion, and I have an athletic, like NFL player that I will have to live with for 18 to 24 months. The staff from this board here called me at, Dr. Holman, I'm sorry, and I apologize if I get emotional. But you know my story, and you know Daniela's story too. So you all know, there is another teacher or co-worker in the Atalanta School District who passed away October 30th from complications to COVID. She was a school clerk at Ted Dick Elementary. Her son and every single child attended here. 3 of her family members work in this district. I was a lifelong 15-year friend of this individual. Her youngest adopted son is my daughter's best friend. They call each other brothers and sisters. She died while the 2 boys, not being able to see her. I'm not going to keep going because you need to hear my story. I was checked in today because I was supposed to have a biopsy on 3 tumors in my neck. I have a tumor in my esophagus. I have another one in my stomach. On Monday, I am to drink dye to see how big this tumor is. December 7th and 8th, I am to have 2 stuck in my nose, down my throat, to my stomach, to wear for 24 hours. I will be at Daniela's funeral at 10 o'clock that day, and I will be singing Amazing Grace at her gravesite in Riverside because her husband is a Vietnam vet. I have been in this district since September 7th, begging for people to wear their masks. I am double masked, and I have a mask on, and I will wear it as long as I can work. I was taken out of work on Monday because my blood pressure was 215 over 165. I was informed today that I could not return to my campus where I have 38 crisis students who have been raped during COVID, who have been dropped off at grandma's and grandpa's house, who have been left by the street side for neighbors to pick them up, who cut. If you do not want to be in school and wear a mask, stay home. If you do not want to teach and enforce the rules, stay home.
All the time. Everybody, settle down. We will exhibit civility. You will exhibit civility in this room. Allow the speaker to speak. You will be asked to leave if you cannot settle down. You will be asked to leave if you can't settle down. Ma'am, your time is up. I'm sorry. This room will come to order. This room will come to order.
That's okay.
We will have our next speaker, Robin Laffin.
My name is Robin Laffin, and I'm a third grade teacher at Vista Verde Elementary School, and I have 3 children in the Snowline District. I come before you today without a long list of numbers and data. I come before you with just one number. 1. Me. My story. I hope by telling you this, you will see that this just isn't some random statistic, but this is here home in our Snowline family. This is going to be personal, but I have no other way to get you to understand how serious this is. I received my second dose of the vaccine on March 17th, 2021. I did this hoping that I'd be able to teach my students maskless and in person. Yet this has not happened. The goalpost keeps getting moved. The month following my second dose, things started to change for me. Most affected was my menstrual cycle, which has been so regular for 30 years you can set your watch by it. It has gotten progressively worse, and in October it became such an issue that I'm currently on hormone therapy and my doctors are discussing surgery. I'm scared. And I know I'm not the only one to encounter this side effect after receiving the vaccine. And now you want me to force me to give my prepubescent daughters this vaccine in order to receive the education that they have a right to? Your draft of a resolution was ridiculous. It had nothing to do, but it was something just to pacify us. It is not what was called for at the last board meeting, and you know it. I tell you my personal story in the hope that you will finally see that you need to stand up for the rights for parents to choose. And it is not only parents choosing for their kids, but staff members choosing for themselves. I know plenty of great teachers you're going to lose if you go through with this. We already are in desperate need to fill vacancies. Are you willing to make that problem even bigger? I know it comes down to money, but before you force this upon us, you're going to have an even bigger problem on your hand than not receiving COVID money. Your enrollment and your staffing is going to be low. Who are you going to be educating, and who's going to educate the few who are left? I'm asking that you add to the resolution a binding resolve that you will not require students and staff to receive the COVID-19 vaccine at any point in the future. As members of the board, you have the right by Robert's Rules of Order to add this discussion to the agenda before you approve the agenda tonight. You also have the right to modify this resolution to put it in line with what you voted for, I believe 4-1 at the last board meeting. Don't pacify us. Add this to the agenda and modify the resolution so it actually has binding language. Thank you.
Brandy White.
Board members and district leaders, first I want to thank you for the endless work that I know you have done during these past 2 school years. As a teacher at Vista Verde since it opened, and before that Baldy Mesa, I have seen our district grow and come together in these tough times and times before. Parents who have been coming to these meetings now and for the last few months, I want you to look around and see what can come about when just a few people speak up. I commend you for having the courage to come forth and commitment it has been over the last few months. Please know that as a teacher and a mom, I was cheering you on as I watched online. After seeing the togetherness shown by not only our own families and fellow staff members, but people from surrounding areas as well, I was truly moved. I want you to know, board members, I'm usually a rule follower. But I also believe if a rule isn't deemed important, relevant, or necessary, then discussion should be made to adjust, amend, or nullify such rules. This is the true PLC craft that we have come to know in Snowline. So when we weren't able to come back to in-person learning last year as soon as we first thought, I took the pained expressions and remarks from Dr. Holman to heart and interpreted that as he too was disappointed. When we were online and I was alone in my classroom, hoping that students were actually learning and actively participating versus Netflixing me, as I spoke to the abyss, I followed. When we had to have bandit barriers and desks arranged so that only half my class could come at a time, I willingly complied because, well, at least we're in person again. Each change and addition, including the wearing of masks, was seen as a means to an end. But here we are now talking about mandates and forced compliance. Even among my vaccinated friends, I am hearing that it should be a choice. We know that it is not a vaccine like all the others, in that it does not give total immunity, and we also know that natural immunity is a thing. So I am asking for you to network at the superintendent meetings. Speak up when you meet at the county levels. And when those people from the health department that you speak about meeting with, speak to them about what these people want. You are supposed to represent them. I support the parents who are standing strong and say they will homeschool, but not with virtual academy. I hope the message is being heard about just how many people of our families we might lose. Talking about losses, knowing that so many of our fellow teachers and classified staff members might have to make a hard choice to leave is heartbreaking. We heard the many reasons for why some people can't or won't get vaccinated. Please start listening to them and sending this message up the chain as fast as you can. Enough is enough. I have also seen where districts are starting to move beyond a resolution and are flat out not going to comply with the mandate. Lastly, to our parents watching out here tonight, please keep a vigilant watch of the legislation being passed in Ed Code and to the legislators that are passing these laws. I have pleaded and explained laws that have been passed for 20 minutes. All the time, people saying that could never happen.
That's your time.
Well, it did. And union members, you
Please
should be
yield the floor.
ashamed. The
That's your time.
CTA is not looking out for parents' rights.
Dawn Dumont.
Hello, I am Dawn Dumont. I am not only an employee here at Snowline, but also the parent of 2 students. My first son is in 10th grade at Serrano. Seth is on a 504 plan for ADHD. He failed miserably with distance learning last year. He had taken 3 classes in the summer and still has 1 class left to make up. He struggled at home and told me weekly he just wanted to go back to school. His distance learning grades took him out of football this year. Let me tell you, depression is very real with our kids. Our second child had a traumatic brain injury on April 17, 2020. While other kids could stay online for hours at a time with distance learning, my 8-year-old, he couldn't. His time online was restricted due to his traumatic brain injury. He had to give up competitive swimming, dirt bike racing, and just being a kid. Then he didn't even have school to come to hang out with his friends. Cameron has had several doctors from Loma Linda tell me that a normal traumatic brain injury lasts 1 to 2 years to recover. But because of COVID, it's turned into 2 to 3 years minimum. Cameron needs to be in school with qualified teachers. When Cameron is in school, the teachers have the ability to work with him one-on-one or in small groups, allowing them to refocus his learning immediately or give him brain breaks as needed. Like most students, Cameron experienced learning loss during distance learning. Although his TBI continues to be an issue for Cameron in his learning, his teacher, Mrs. Coons, allows him to present his learning in different ways. He can use multiple resources like work mats, charts, and notes. He has the opportunity to give answers orally or work on missed problems for tests. She helps him remember math steps or hear sounds repeatedly for spelling tests. These are all things Cameron did not have access to during distance learning. Cameron is learning and enjoying school this year. He is proud of his success, and according to Mrs. Coons, she is grateful that she is able to be his teacher this year. My children are just 2 kids in this district who need you all to stand up for them. As a district, we could lose not only kids, but amazing teachers and staff. And for the kids who will make different choices than my family, they will also be losing friends, amazing teachers, and staff who care for every single one of them. No one wins. My 15-year-old has done his own credible research and found many reasons why. He is not comfortable taking a shot. He explained, I can still get COVID. I can still spread COVID. He said, I had COVID and weathered it just like the flu, Mom. I'm very proud of him for standing up for his beliefs. Please
That's
do not
3
make
minutes.
my family turn to an
Thank you
outside
for your
homeschool.
comments.
I love my job. I love my kids, and my
Please yield the
kids love
floor.
their school.
Next speaker is Jimmy
We do not want to
Navarez.
move out of state, but we will do what we have to for our family. Thank you for listening.
I could come to you tonight with more pages of facts and figures like I tried to prepare for the last meeting. It'd probably easily occupy 15 minutes or more of looming mask mandates being handed down and the unfairness and why it should be stood up against. But none of this is going to be anything you haven't heard before or anything any other parent's going to say to you tonight. So instead, I come to you, the Snowline Board, in an effort to elaborate on exactly what it is you have come forward tonight here to accomplish and agreeing to take a step towards a resolution here tonight. I ask that every one of you make your individual voices and constituents' voices heard, as not to squander this opportunity to take action to those who you are elected to represent. No single member up there alone should be able to throw forth their opinion in absolution without a group vote, and it takes each and every one of you voting to represent your constituents' feelings in this resolution, with a stern and steadfast commitment to defending our basic freedom of choice that we demand as citizens for all those affected by these ridiculous fear-mongering mandates. Members of the board and Dr. Holman, we ask you to draft not merely a mediocre letter of resolution to sidestep around the issue of our basic freedom to choose and let the fear of the few continue to rain down adherence to the mandates for everyone. Be warned that we, the people, will easily see through any half-hearted attempts with the eagle eyes of overprotective fathers on prom night and mama bears who can smell out fear. Know that if you stand in opposition to forced implementation and infringement of our civil liberties, you are standing on the side of constitutional freedom that this country was founded upon. This is proven furthermore by court cases on nearly a daily basis now, offering injunctions on these overreaching government mandates because of their possible constitutional violations. Use this opportunity to do what we have always done as a small community that sticks together. Voice a stern resolution that stands up for your staff, faculty, students, and their basic right to choose if they want to wear a mask or not, or even choose if they want a vaccine or not. With my wife's continuous involvement and presence at Heritage, she encounters a lot of parents and staff, and I assure you, through those she converses with, if this district keeps toying with the idea that the staff and parents are going to just give up their right to choose and on the idea of promised exemptions and cross our fingers, then you're sadly mistaken. Be certain in this knowledge that if these restrictions remain in place and no actions taken on our behalf, the state's unfair mandates, we will be but few of many stepping away from leaving empty seats and positions within this district. Make no mistake about it, we love our school, our district, our community, but we want freedom, and we want it right here tonight. We want a meaningful resolution that is not a letter rescinded later just because of a threat from the tyrannical powers of the state and the COVID money that they're threatening to take away and waving in your face trying to buy our freedom. We will all stand by you if you stand by our jobs, livelihoods, and kids. We want freedom not only for our children to not have to wear masks if they so elect, but freedom for those that also want to wear them, to continue to choose to do so. Freedom for those that feel better protected from the vaccines and they choose to get them. And likewise, those that have their own reasoning not to be allowed the right to not get it without having to jump through hoops to explain their reasoning. Members of the board, let each of your voices be heard and stand here tonight for freedom without regret to be had later for not doing what you had the time to do. One last quote from Abraham Lincoln.
You will yield the floor.
You
will
cannot,
yield the floor.
You're going to listen to wise words from a previous president, Mr. Hernandez. You cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today. Let this echo through all of you, as today's decision on this will have a lasting and meaningful impact towards exactly what the students and staff
Officer,
will be
please step
continuing
in.
throughout the Snowline District.
While I call up the next few individuals, we'll have
This
some online
comment
comments.
is from Haley Widgery. Thank you.
Faith
Okay,
Maldonado. Kevin Overdone. Mindy Krebs.
Cripps.
Jim Wilson. Bryn Anderson.
This comment is from Haley Widgery. Thank you for the support, transparency, and hard work in order to keep students and employees safe. I applaud your diligence while facing these challenging times. This comment is from Denise Hignite. I am a parent of 3 students in our Snowline schools. I am very grateful for everything this district has done in an attempt to keep our kids in school and in an in-person learning model. My children suffered greatly academically and socially during the at-home learning model in the 1920-2021 school years. Our district administration and board have worked so hard to keep our kids in school, and I greatly appreciate that hard work that they have put in on behalf of all of our students. If we can continue to follow the mandates of the state and CDPH, as well as staying within the regulations set by Cal OSHA, my kids will continue to get the in-person education that they are entitled to and deserve. If we do not follow these mandates, we could be at risk for shutting down again, and this is something I am willing to accept. The vaccine has not actually been mandated yet, and if and when it does become a mandate, there are going to be medical and religious exemptions for people who legitimately cannot get the vaccine. Please consider this in your decisions you are making on behalf of over 7,000 students that want and need to be in school, learning in person and making memories that last a lifetime.
We'll go ahead and whip the in-person now. Faith Maldonado.
Hello, my name is Faith Maldonado. I've been in the community 40 years. I'm a Serrano graduate that was taught to question the world with an open mind. Thank you, Serrano staff. I'm an accountant and enrolled agent trained to look for things that appear incomplete, incorrect, and inconsistent as part of my licensing due to due diligence. I have listened to all the statistics given through different media outlets and just don't add up. Statistics and numbers can be skewed based on the outcome desired. Look at all the accounting scandals of the early 2000s. You remember Enron and WorldCom? The outcome of our country's high-level political business connections, AKA the 1%, while the rest of us suffer from their consequences. Have you heard of Dr. Scott Gottlieb? Did you know that he served as the 23rd commissioner of the FDA, and now he serves on the board of directors for Pfizer, the biggest company pushing to get FDA approval for the COVID vaccine for our children? The government and business sector intertwined again. Governor Newsom and State Superintendent Tony Thurmond are using the media to push fear into our state and skew the numbers to use control methods through closures of businesses, schools, along with mask and vaccine mandates. They are both made tyrant behaviors public. It is time for the 99% to push back. My family has been on a mental and emotional roller coaster since this has all started. I'm on a mission to do my own due diligence because I've had enough of the 1% trying to control our lives and slowly taking our freedoms. COVID and flu are both contagious and deadly, yet only one of them take away our community's freedom of choice. According to the CDC website, anyone can spread COVID. Children and adolescents are less likely to develop severe illness or die from COVID, yet the flu illness is more dangerous to common cold for children. Each year, millions of children get sick, die of the seasonal flu, and get hospitalized. The flu vaccine is only recommended to protect our children, whereas the COVID vaccine is being mandated. Does that make any sense? School and daycare should fall under the same California Health Code regulations, since they are both involving children. The California Health Code allows for exemptions for the flu vaccine based on doctors and persons' personal medical history. They can also write a declaration to decline the flu vaccine. I could go on, but as I read the resolutions, they're just pacifying everything. According to the California School Board Association, the role of our school board is to ensure the school districts are responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of our communities. As you can see, our community wants freedom of choice for our children and staff. Be responsive and take a strong stand against the 1% trying to control the rest of us. Thank you.
Gavin Overdune.
it's kind of funny because when I stand here, I think I've got a lot to say and that there's not a lot for me to say because it's a simple point. First off, it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be here on my old campus and among my countrymen. So happy to see everyone here. When I was young, we had Burger Basket, we had Sunshine Market, and flocks of sheep grazed on the hills in the south part of town. At that time, the sound of a car going down the road made everybody run to the window because it was so unusual. I don't need to tell anyone how much the world has changed. I will never understand why our government declared concerned parents to be the enemy, or why they thought that going after our children would be met with anything less than abject resistance. But one thing's clear to me, that in this brave and strange new world, we're often called to do the difficult thing. I believe that our time here is ordained by God, and that we are here in this time for a reason. And you are there, and it's a very difficult place to be. But now, I think is clear, it's the time to stand up for us. We must now do what's hard, but what's right. And I consider it an honor to live in difficult times like this. And you have the unique opportunity to be sitting there again in a difficult time like this, and you should also consider that an honor. Because now it's time again to do the right thing. And I pray for each of you. My family prays for each of you. My wife and sons are watching from home. It was my son's first day at preschool today. He was so excited. You should have seen his face. It was super adorable. I hope that he can have the opportunity to continue going to preschool. I pray for each of you that you would have the conviction to follow wisdom. I pray for everyone here that we would have the courage and strength to do what is good, regardless of what may come, to always do what is good. We need to, together, all of us together, here and there, resist this government overreach, or we will watch as our freedoms continue to erode. This is where it starts. We here are prepared. We're prepared to follow you. We're prepared to support you. We will be there with you if you can do this with us. So now's the time to take that stand. Now's the time to do what's hard. Thank you so much for your time. Take care, folks.
Mindy Cripps.
Hi, I'm Mindy Cripps. I've been in this community for 37 years. I am a Serrano graduate. My husband is a Serrano graduate. Brothers and sister Serrano graduates. My children, 2 of them, one is now currently in the system. I thank you all for allowing me to speak tonight. Obviously, we are here to discuss the letter and resolution issued by Dr. Holman and published online. I was one of the 4 parents that sat in on the group that we really wanted to let Dr. Holman know what we wanted in the resolution. It's not there. We are very disappointed. Definition of resolution is a decision to do or not to do something. It doesn't ask for permission. It just does. This resolution is virtually asking permission to stand up against mandates. Before you will find a manila envelope with a new resolution and a new letter that a group of parents that I represent has drafted and wants you to consider before you vote tonight on the pending one you have currently. We can no longer say follow the science. Science is so confused that it doesn't even know what's going on. We can indeed say that this vaccine is damaging. Photos, video, they don't lie. We've seen them. Sorry. Therefore, we ask that you stand up for against the mandates with us as parents for our children in this district. We do not want you do not want you to tell us how to raise, care for, and basically treat our kids. This is not an option for me. However, it may be an option for others. I support their choice. I just want the chance to make mine. You as parents, as human, educated individuals, can you guarantee there will be no side effects? You cannot. Drug companies can't even do that. We as parents want the choice for each and every child, regardless of what their parents may think. In our meeting, we discussed dollars, the almighty dollar. As was represented on Monday night, I think we tallied more than 400 pair of shoes that were left at the district office, representing each child that would be taken out of this district. At $9,000 per child, that would equal almost $4 million. Can your district do without that? I
Thank you
don't
for your
think so.
comments. Jim Wilson.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Good evening. My name is Jim Wilson. I am the father of 2 students currently enrolled in Snowline. My son, Jack, is a 5th grade student at Wrightwood Elementary. He plays third base for his Little League team and is really into tech decks right now. He enjoys riding his bike and, for whatever reason, hates drying his hair with a towel. My daughter, Ruby, is an 8th grade student and proud member of ASB at Pinion Mesa Middle School. She is smart and kind. She loves cooking and baking. But not nearly as much as she loves Kit, her cat. You see, there's a reason why we are all here tonight. There is a reason why we are not taking our pleas to Sacramento or Washington, D.C., because the people who work in the Capitol don't know our kids. They don't know their names, they don't know their ages, they don't know anything about them. But you do. You know my children. You know our children. And we are looking to you to stand up for our rights as parents because we hope that you not only know our children, but also care about our children in the same way that we do. You are supposed to be our representatives, our advocates, our check against power. And I'm here tonight asking that you use the power entrusted to you in order to stand up to this unethical and, quite frankly, unnecessary mandate. I am asking that you say no to this mandate, not to say please to the government. Tonight, you have a choice to make, a choice to support us as parents or not to support us. And while I can't speak for everyone here, I will tell you that I will not allow my children to be enrolled in a school district that chooses not to support my right as a parent to make my own decisions regarding the well-being of my kids. Thank you.
Bryn Anderson. Bryn Anderson.
Good evening. My name is Bryn Anderson, and I'm a mom of 3 boys at Snowline. It is of my opinion and the majority of Snowline parents that you all need to stand up for what you know in your hearts is right. And I know that all of you know that that's not jabbing our kids with a dangerous vaccine. It's for freedom of parent choice. 100 out of roughly 28 million 5 to 11-year-old age kids have died of COVID-related deaths since day 1 of this quote-unquote pandemic. Almost all of these deaths have pre-existing or underlying conditions. That's an over 99% survival rate. But you want me to put my child's life on the line for this dangerous vaccine. Just myocarditis alone has a 20% fatality rate after 2 years and 50% after 5 years. You're crazy to expect us to poison our children with a vaccine that has high instances of this. Let's take the same count of 100. Now I'm off. I didn't know that there was 400 pairs of shoes at the district. So my comments are a little off. Let's take the same count of 100, which was the approximate amount of pairs of shoes left at the entryway of the district office Sunday night. Shoes left to represent the amazing students you'll be turning away. Shoes that were conveniently removed by maintenance before district staff even arrived. The district will lose $8,500 per day just for those 100 students represented. That's $42,500 per week and adds up to over $1.5 million per school year. Those 100 pairs only represent a fraction of the students you'll lose. Think about that, $15,300 per student per school year. There's a lot more than 100 students represented here today. Trust me, I imagine if the district takes even a $1.5 million cut, your salaries won't last. I conceived my children, I grew my children, I birthed my children, and I have raised them this far. At what point in that process did you or anyone else develop a say in what's best for my kids or anyone else's? You're teaching our kids to back down, to sit down and shut up even when they know something isn't right. I'm teaching them better than that. This is where it gets personal. My oldest son, he's got the biggest heart in the world. He's being perceived as angry in school. Why? Because you can't see his facial expressions, because all you see is his eyes, and he's quiet, so he's angry. My son that's in TK, he's 4 years old. He frequently comes home upset and crying from school because he pulls his mask down to smile at his friends at school and gets in trouble for it. Truly sad, our kids can't even share a smile and joy in class. Our littlest ones are being deprived of learning huge elements of communicating with peers, like facial expression. One of the pioneers of mRNA technology, Dr. Robert Malone, says the COVID vaccine is one of the largest experiments performed on human beings in the history of the world. That in itself should terrify you. One last thought. Being a good person means doing the right thing, even when no one's looking. What kind of person are you choosing
That's
to
your
be?
3 minutes, thank you. Sharon Whitehead, Janice Murphy, Ashley Cron, Siri Anderson, and Kyle Didion.
This comment is from Kevin and Christina Bannon. Dear board members and Superintendent Holman, as expressed in previous public comments, my family and I stand firm on our thoughts about how the Snowline District is tiptoeing around serious and valid concerns of this community. Despite the board drafting a resolution to oppose the state's COVID-19 vaccine mandate, it still gives the appearance of simply kicking the can down the road, rather than being steadfast and firm in your resolve to stand with the students you are appointed to protect. Last week, Calaveras County school officials unanimously stated that their districts would not uphold the experimental vaccine mandate, and many other districts will soon follow. Alarmingly, an article came out today that stated a dozen children were carelessly given the wrong dosage of the COVID vaccine and could possibly face long-term and debilitating problems as a result. Is this what we want for the children of our community? Is this worth the $230,000 plus salary you seemingly treasure over the students, Mr. Holman? Sending your very own children to schools outside of Snowline Unified for a better future begs the question as to whether your heart is really in this district or if it's your pension that is most important. I end with the simple notion that we, the parents and people of this community, will gladly recall and replace those that might ultimately choose to keep kicking the can. Let's all hope and pray that the strategy being implemented is going to be the right one. Thank you. This comment is from Jessica Humphrey. My comment is in support of Superintendent Ryan Holman and his leadership throughout the pandemic. He has worked to support our students, staff, parents, and community members throughout, which I can attest to as my family and I represent each one of those groups. He has set a tone that makes our district and community feel like a family that we all benefited from, regardless of personal beliefs regarding masking, mandates, or vaccines. I say all this in a plea to our community members to support Ryan and the district board as we move forward. For those that disagree with the mandate of the direction of the superintendent and board, let your state representatives know. Work with the district instead of against it so that the important work of educating and nurturing your children can happen.
Sharon Whitehead.
Hi, I sent you, most of you, an email yesterday pointing out the statement written on the first page of the resolution letter. And at the bottom it says, the detrimental effects of COVID-19 have been profound. And I like to say that's not accurate. It has been the government's response to COVID that has been detrimental. The shutdowns, the business closures, the school closures, the suppression of early treatments, the mask mandates, the faulty PCR tests, the media-driven fear campaigns, the exaggerated death rate, and all the other suffering has happened because of what our government did in response to COVID. Most of the suffering that us Americans have endured was purely driven by insane government response. Please change that sentence to something like, due to the forced closure of all Snowline schools and the remote learning that all had to endure, our students need in-person learning now more than ever. The other thing I want to discuss is being a rule follower. As a teacher, I know that rules are there for a purpose. We need to follow rules at school to keep children safe. However, every rule that I follow has a good reason behind it. Why do we not run on campus? Well, because children running willy-nilly can cause accidents. Students are not watching where they are running and can cause an accident, and both children can get hurt. Why is there a rule in my class that students should not be talking while I give instruction? Well, it is because when a teacher is talking, they cannot hear the lesson and will not learn what is being taught. This reminds me of a saying that my father, God rest his soul, used to say to me when I was a little girl. I would come to him and say something like, Sarah says this, or David does that, why can't I? And my father would always respond with, if Sarah jumped off a bridge, would you? His response means, just because one person says or does something doesn't mean that I need to do it. Just because the CDC or OSHA or the president says I need to do something does not mean I should. I need to weigh the benefits and risks for myself and make my own decision. Yes, some rules are a good idea, but some rules are bad. We cannot just follow a rule because some letter agency tells us to do something, especially when what they want to tell me to do does not make sense, especially when all debate is silenced, and especially when it goes against my personal beliefs, and especially when it is unconstitutional. Please stop being a rule follower. We need good leadership. Thank you for listening.
Janice Murphy.
Hello, my name's Jamie Murphy, and I want to thank every one of you guys, everyone on the panel today, everyone in the crowd. Thank you so much for showing up and being a voice for choice. That's been so passionate to me in this conversation. What I noticed the most in the resolution that was presented is that not only are we waiting for a response for what's going to be laid down from the state, which we know what their agenda is. We live in a state that is wanting to be the first of something that is very experimental. That's the number one thing on my radar that I wanted to put out there today. Number two, the second thing that is a huge impact that I noticed in this resolution is that we're relying on exemptions in the future. Just to let you know, I've been working in holistic health for the last 20 years, and guess what? Our state does not honor a lot of those medical exemptions. Their physicians are not supported even in their own medical choice of having an opinion about their position with their patients, their own personal needs. This is a bigger conversation that's been brought to the local level, and this is exactly why we need to keep showing up every single day. Unfortunately, we're all here, and fortunately, we're all here, right? Working together, and unfortunately, working together about a conversation that is so much more impacting than our personal stories even. This topic has the potential of annihilating public education as we know it. And I think every single one of you sitting up there realizes this. And my heart goes out to the difficulty of this position that we're all in together. I feel confident in my choice because at the end of the day, we all have a choice to make. And a voice for choice is so important because perception in each of our worlds is reality. I think each of you know that, as evidenced by our first speaker here. She was very passionate about her perception. This voice for choice isn't about right or wrong. It's about leaving personal decisions with regard to medical freedom in the hands of each individual's perception of that choice. And unfortunately, and fortunately, politics has brought this to the local stage. So we have the unprecedented civil rights movement of our time right now that we get to be a part of changing if we choose to work together. I believe that in every difficult conversation, there's an opportunity for each of us to show up with passion and purpose to resolve it. So please, please, community, keep showing up with your voice for choice, okay?
Ashley Cron.
Hi, my name is Ashley Cron. I am not only a graduate of Serrano, I'm a business owner and I'm a mother of 4. 3 who attend the Snowline School District. My concern, my biggest concern is for my children, just like everybody else here. But at what point are we going to sacrifice our children's mental health to appease the state? My daughter, my oldest daughter, before COVID, was a straight A student in honors English, was in theater, had a plethora of friends and very social, and because of the online learning, went to suicidal thoughts, cutting herself, to spending a week in Loma Linda Behavioral Health, and is now medicated. She and her brother both have a personal friend, not in this area, who is suffering from detrimental side effects from getting the vaccine. And my kids are terrified to the point where they come to me crying about, am I gonna have to take this to see my friends, to go to school? And it's not fair and it's not right that I have to tell them that these people are making a choice for them. This shouldn't even be a choice anymore. First of all, it's our choice, not your guys's. Not the state's, not the government's, it's our choice. And when it comes to our children's mental health, is there even a choice? Thank you.
Siri Anderson.
Hi. Oh, do I need to restart that or? Oh, I don't know if I have that much to say. I was actually here last time and there were hundreds of people here and I'm wondering if they already moved out of state. So, you know, it's kind of wild. But I did want to say I have experience of just growing up in the Snowline School District. It's very close to my heart. I'm very proud of this school. I'm proud of these educators, everyone who's involved. It's all about the children. And I worked at a preschool for 20 years. And while Snowline was in their distance learning, we were in-person learning. And I'm here to tell you the kids are not okay. They are not okay. My first week, a little girl sneezed. The whole classroom spread away from her, yelled at her, pointed at her, said that she sneezed. I had a coworker who panicked. I had to just console this sweet child who just sneezed. And we read a book about the holes in your nose and what causes sneezes, and I had to hold her while she was crying for a good 10 minutes. That was my first day back to work. Like, it gets worse. I won't expand too much on it, but I want to tell you, we're putting this burden of containing a pandemic on children. It's not fair. This weight is crippling them socially, emotionally. We're going to be just such a vacuous culture if we continue masking and mandating. Fine, if parents want to do that, if teachers want to do that, that's fine. But that has to be their choice. And I just want to say that as educators, as teachers, we should know how important human connection is, and we have robbed children of that for 2 years. And if we continue with this, if we continue down this path, we are not showing compassion, which is what people need in order to learn. How can you learn if you haven't been given the opportunity to see that you are valuable, that you are spectacular, that you are unique, and that your parents get to make your own choices for you religiously, medically, culturally. I respect you whether you're vaccinated or not vaccinated, masked or not masked, and I want to say that Austria has segregated their country. If you are vaccinated, you can sort of be free, but if you're unvaccinated, you're on lockdown. If we perpetuate this, that's where we're going. I don't want segregation. I'm appalled that we are, as a country, in that position where we want segregation, and I will not be a part of that. Thank you.
Kyle Didion.
Good evening. My name is Kyle Didion. My wife and I have 3 young children in the Snowline School District. Let me start by saying we believe in medical choice, and we do not agree with any vaccine requirements of any kind. I want to first thank Dr. Holman, the members of the Board of Trustees, and the Snowline School District teachers and staff. My children have received a great education, and my wife and I have been very pleased with the level of dedication and attention put forth for the education of our children. But I'm here tonight to shed a little light on the current vaccine requirements for school-aged children in California. Many of you might already know this, but I'd like to just share a little about what I've learned. First, it's important as we become more civically engaged, and it's awesome to see all of you here getting engaged in local politics. We need to understand the difference of regulation and legislation. And why is this important to know in regard to California school vaccine requirements? Simply put, because Governor Newsom's plan to mandate all school-age kids in California will be accomplished by regulation, not legislation. In the state of California, requirements like a vaccine requirement established by regulation, not legislation, must be subject to exemptions for both medical reasons and personal beliefs. So because the COVID vaccine mandate for school-age children was established by regulation, it must allow for a personal belief exemption, and students with these exemptions can attend school in person. Subsequently, the current law is silent on the process on how one must attain a personal exemption, meaning we do not need to give a reason why we want a personal exemption for our kids from the COVID vaccine. The school district simply must accept it. Now, our state legislatures have indicated that they are considering legislation to strengthen the vaccine requirements, which could include eliminating exemptions or outlining how families must obtain those exemptions. They will stop at nothing to get what they want, which is high vaccination rates for all California schools. To them, our kids are simply a number, a statistic. They call it healthy schools, but I call it unreasonable use of power and tyranny. I say all this to say our fight is not against the school board, not against you, Dr. Holman. We need to partner now more than ever. We need to partner with them and let our state legislature know that we will push back against any new legislation that would take away our personal exemptions. Believe me, our state legislature has made it very clear that they will do whatever it takes to get the numbers that they require. Well, my kids are not a number. My kids are not a statistic. My kids are a gift from the Almighty God. And I will stand for my kids, and I will speak up for my kids, because so many people have gone before us and fought for those rights. So I hope that all of you will join me. It's awesome that we're here. We're speaking up. But I hope that all of you will join me in taking the next step in writing to our state legislature, making a phone call to our state representatives in the state assembly, and making our voices heard throughout this great state, that we will
That's
no
your 3
longer remain
minutes.
silent against tyranny. And I hope you, the board trustees, will join us as we stand for medical freedoms
Thank you
of
for
our
your
children.
comments.
Thank you.
It's at 3 minutes. Dale Sharp, Leah Barth, Jeremy, Jeremy Kay, and Kelly Gregg. Keeman, thank you.
This comment is from Casey Cisneros. Today, November 16th, the Board of Trustees has the opportunity to make history for the tri-community. This is the board's opportunity to take a stance on an issue that affects every member of this community. We are asking you all to stand with your constituents. This is not an issue where we can take a middle-of-the-road approach. There are not two sides to this story. Either the district believes parents should have that choice. Truthfully, we know that the vaccine mandate may very well become a law, and there may not be a way around that. This is a reality that must be considered. However, what we are asking of you all as our governmental leaders is to do everything in your power to give a fighting chance at preserving parents' liberty. Unfortunately, this has become a politicized issue, and we have lost sight of what matters, and that is our children. I know with certainty that the mental health of our children has suffered tremendously since March 2020. The amount of dissension in our country has caused an increase in abuse. Our children have suffered because there is a lack of peace and calmness in the midst of this storm. We need to go back to our country's roots and remember that we have pledged to be one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In our country's history, these moments of dissension have resulted in changes which have shaped our country. Many changes have been positive, such as desegregation of schools, accessibility for people with disabilities in public places, and the opportunity for women to enter the workforce if they choose to do so. These are all liberties that had to be fought for at great cost. Tonight, in the pack you have before you people of all walks of life who have come together with the common goal of protecting their children. There are families in our district and in this room who have chosen to vaccinate their children, but still believe that each family should be able to choose what is best for their children. On the other hand, there are people who have turned away from their careers because their personal convictions did not line up with being forced to vaccinate. We all believe in freedom. America has been referred to as the land of the free. At this point in history, we have reached a bridge where we either relinquish freedom or we fight to preserve it. Please choose to cross the right bridge. Any more?
Yeah, how many more do you have?
Just a few.
Let's do one more, and then we'll go back to
Okay,
in person.
one more. This comment is from, I lost it. It was Jamie Carone. There it is. Jamie Carone. By now, everyone knows the numbers and the statistics. It is clear that following the science is a statement to placate and not the actual reason for following these unconstitutional mandates. So I won't talk about numbers. Instead, I want to talk about your legacy, the legacy of the board members and Dr. Holman. Some of you have poured decades of dedication into this school district. You went to school for years, have worked in this district for years, and have sacrificed time with your own children to be with our children. And we appreciate it more than you know. Many of us parents were students in this district as well. And when we graduated high school, we vowed to move away and never come back to the high desert. But then we had children, and we did come back to raise our families here, to send our kids to this district and to be a part of this community. This is what makes the Snowline School District so special. Many of us have known each other for decades, and many of our teachers are now teaching our kids. If you do not adopt this resolution and oppose this mandate, you will lose the families that are the fabric of this district. These families will move away. It will destroy this wonderful little community we all call home. So this decision is really about the legacy you want to leave. Will you fight to preserve this community, to fight for what we've all built together, or will you contribute to this community being torn apart and changed forever? We love our community. My kids love their teachers, friends, and schools. We don't want to be forced to leave. So we pray you want to preserve our home.
Dale Sharp.
Hi, my name's Dale Sharp. I'm a school bus driver here. My wife works here. My son works here. My grandson goes to school here. He's in 10th grade. All of us will not get the vaccine. We will all leave. We will all quit. We will all move away. I don't want to. My wife's been here 16 years. I've been here 9. You guys need to stand up for us. And if you don't want to stand up for us, step down, quit, leave. I'm sitting over there, I'm watching all of you on this board right here. Everybody sitting here. All of you are watching us speak, except for one of you, Marcus. All you're doing is looking at that clock. You're not paying attention to us. Pay attention. Everybody here is speaking very well. It's amazing how much you guys are standing up for it. You guys are forcing us to get a test. All of us employees. Oh, wait, no, you're not, because it's not the safety of the children. Everybody can get COVID. Everybody can spread it, vaccinated or not vaccinated. Hesperia voted to make everybody test. Wake up. There's people in my school, where I pick up kids. I took a student to school, took her home. Guess what? That class got dismissed for 10 days because they had COVID. I tell you the truth, it was probably just the flu because they didn't really have that much symptoms. But they still got tested positive. Did they tell us? No. So did they tell the students, parents on the bus? No. So it's not the safety of the children. You guys need to wake up and do it right. You know, I remember, a couple years back, it was I love your face. Now it's I love your face under a mask. These masks don't work. By the way, how many of you wear those masks all day? Do you wash them? Do you change them every 2 to 3 hours? Bacteria builds up in those masks, and then you're breathing in the masks. Are you teaching the students that? No. That is just to cover your face, and it's not right. You guys need to wake up and do it right. And listen to these people. These are the ones that give you your paychecks.
Adam Thorpe. Adam Thorpe.
Good evening. My name is Leah Barth, and I am a substitute teacher, guest teacher, contracted employee of the Snowline School District. I'm not considered an employee. I am being mandated to test, okay? I have not tested yet, and I'm going to be honest, I haven't tested. I went on the website to register for it. There's no room. There's nothing on there for a substitute teacher. It talks all about your employees, not subs. I love my job. I love working for Snowline, and I love your children. I've been told in the past that I care too much for the children by a prior superintendent. So just so you know, I cannot stand behind a district that is not going to support its parents and not going to support the parents, as this is America and our freedoms are being taken away. And I have to say that I will quit my job, and a job that I love dearly, and I will start to work with these parents that are standing up against the mandate, and I will help homeschool them. These parents are going to pull their children from your district. And once that happens, what will happen to you? So it is time for all of us to stand together and fight back to save our God-given rights as children of God for the freedom of choice, for our own children. And if you say that our children are your children, then you need to stand behind us. I said, because this is all you guys need to support the pro-choice. Also, I have on here, parents are why you are being paid and why I get paid, okay? They put their children in your schools, and like I said, you are paid by their attendance. What's going to happen when they're not going to be here any longer?
Jeremy.
Oh, no, 3, started over. My name's Adam Thorpe. I had a prepared statement, but with everything that happened tonight, I think I'm just going to go off some more things I saw. To any staff members that are clutching their pearls saying, you have to do this to keep me safe. Nobody's speaking up for these kids. Everyone's talking about parental choice. We're leaving these kids a country in shambles, an economy that's ruined, and a world that's been polluted. The only reason they're saying to vaccinate these kids is to interrupt the spread of COVID. To save who? The elderly, the infirm, and those with medical risks. Our children do not owe anyone that. They are not at risk from COVID. This is all just to interrupt the pandemic. They don't owe us that. They don't owe us a theoretical risk to save anyone else in the room. Okay? If I had medical issues or I was older, I would not ask them that. Okay? All of this, we talked about a push for local control that benefits everyone. That has nothing to do with politics. Okay? If you want to align with the state, that's a very political statement. Local control benefits liberals, benefits Republicans, because we all pay here. The money stays here, the decisions stay here. I'm again questioning the logic in this mandate. There's no widespread COVID outbreak in our region. No disasters happened from 600 people in this room a couple weeks ago. We don't need to be freaking out about this. No children were harmed. They were in the room. They were fine. For any board member to be strongly for the mandate, and you know who I'm talking to, rather than a push for local control or data that proves we should have local control, that would have to be taken as a political statement at this point. And you're not benefiting and representing everybody in your district. A statement was made by a board member last meeting that they stand with the vaccinated members of their community. How is that? No one's pushing for the exclusion of vaccinated children. No one's attacking their right to attend school. The mere utterance of that statement shows a political bias that's a conflict to your position as a board member. Last I heard, the board was 4-1 in favor of this resolution, and the resolution is a push for local control. Local control benefits everyone across the political spectrum. If you get local control, people will be more likely to vote for bond measures and funding for this district. If you ally with the state, we'll leave. I was cautiously optimistic after the meeting, but my optimism is waning. The only thing we have currently is time and evidence that the political will nationwide doesn't support this. Again, who's going to stop you on this? If you just let kids come back to school and you don't enforce this mandate, what are you going to do? Like, the sheriffs aren't going to enforce it. They didn't even come when you called them last time. Who are you afraid of? Are you afraid Gavin Newsom himself is going to come down? Like, there's no one to enforce this. Just do what's right.
Jeremy Keenan.
I stood before you guys about 3 months ago when the switch came into place about the mask. I stood up here in opposition about the mask. I told you during that time period that if you guys tried to implement the vaccine mandates, you were going to have trouble. People are here. People are not here that do not feel that this vaccine mandate needs to go through. People are not here right now. They're watching. They're watching to see what happens. They don't have the time. They don't have the patience to come here and sit in front of these meetings. All right? This is only a portion of the people that are in opposition of these mandates. These are the people that you represent. I pleaded with you to be advocates of the people the last time I was here. You weren't, and we're here. We're here in force now. I'm begging you to withdraw that draft and go through it again and put a little more bite to it. Right now, you have unions across the country standing in oppositions and backing down cities. They're backing down cities, and the governor's trying to circumvent them. Where do you think that's going to lead? That's going to lead to recalls. That's going to lead to unfavorable elections. And you guys are going to put your heads on the chopping block. So, be an advocate. That's your job. Be a representative. That's your job. These people are begging you to represent them, begging you to be an advocate for them.
Kelly Gregg.
Good evening, Board. My name is Kelly Gregg, and I'm not a resident of your community. But I am an elected official just as you are, and I want to first start off by saying, if you agree with me with these three words, I'd like you to stand. Freedom, choice, parental rights. Okay, now that we have your attention, I want to remind the Board of Directors at the last Hesperia Unified School District meeting that 4 board members were served with letters of intent to recall. 4 members, the people of Hesperia, spoke, and they will go through it. Next, I want to read you the resolution that has actual substance and meat to it that we just passed at Hesperia Recreation and Park District this past Wednesday. I will skip through all the first part of whereases because it's all the whereases that OSHA's doing this, and whereas that the Labor Occupational Safety and Health Administration is just pulling our chains. And I want to get down to the meat. Are you ready? Sit down and buckle up, guys. The Board of Directors, whereas the Board of Directors lacks legal authority to mandate the health choices of any individual, but has the responsibility to secure the blessings of individual liberty and freedom. A competent person has a constitutionally protected liberty, interest in refusing unwanted medical treatment. Get your pens ready, guys. Here you go. Cruzan versus Director of Missouri Department of Health, 1990, 497 U.S. 261 and 278, where the California courts have long held that the right to refuse medical treatment is a constitutionally guaranteed right that must not be abridged. Mandate infringes upon this right. The forcible injection of medication into a non-consenting person's body represents a substantial interference with that person's liberty. Washington v. Harper, 1990, 494 U.S. 210 and 229. You kind of think this came from our legal team? You bet it did. Whereas a vaccination mandate discriminates against staff who have recovered from COVID-19, numerous recent studies support the conclusion that people who have recovered from COVID-19 may have more durable and long-lasting immunity to COVID than individuals that are going to get the jabby jab. And that's not what it says, but that's what it means. Natural immunity is not inferior to vaccine-induced immunity and should not be treated as such. A mandate would unfairly exclude our staff who have recovered from COVID-19 and have not been vaccinated and yet have immunity that is equal to or superior to that provided by a vaccine. The COVID-19 vaccination mandate would infringe upon our staff's fundamental right to bodily integrity and right of privacy as provided by the California Constitution that you swore to uphold. The right of privacy guarantees to bodily integrity. There is no dispute the right to bodily integrity is
Speaker, will yield
fundamental
the
right,
floor, please.
which limits the traditional policy
Yield the
powers
floor.
of the state in the context.
Sir, that's your 3 minutes. Please yield the floor.
I'm going to leave you with this. The Board of Directors
Please yield the
desires to
floor.
express opposition to vaccine
You need to
testing
yield the floor,
and
sir. Thank you
mask
for your
mandates in both
Thank
the
you for your
public and
comments.
private context. The Board
Thank
of
you for your
Directors proposes
comments.
that employees and community members choose
Thank
the
you for
members
your
that
comments,
they want
sir.
to take against COVID-opposed
Thank you for your
mandates set
comments,
forth
sir.
by the government. And lastly, the board
Thank you for your
expresses support
comments,
for the
sir.
rights of employees and community members
Mr.
living and
Gregg,
working in
your
the
time is
district
up. Please
to
yield the
direct their
floor.
own health future while preserving their jobs
Please yield
and
the floor,
employment
sir.
opportunities. Thank you.
This comment is from Linda Ponce. Hello,
Nancy?
my name is Linda. This comment is from Linda Ponce. Hello, my name is Linda, and I am a... We have a timer on. We have a timer on.
If you settle down, we can start this
This-
comment and start the timer.
This comment is from Linda Ponce. Hello, my name is Linda. I am a student from Quail Valley Middle School. I want to start off by saying that by mandating this vaccine on us students goes against our freedom of choice and cutting off our right for in-person learning. Going back online school limits our education, and being in person comes with endless education and opportunities. We will not have the same experience online since it is stressful and difficult to learn this way. Please listen to what us students want and need. Thank you for your time. This comment is from, let's see, Chloe Westerkamp. I do not want to fall victim to the long-term effects of this vaccine that we are unaware of. I am a teenager and I am still learning the ways of the world, and I do not feel that this is what the world should be like. What happened to my body, my choice, my life, my choice? My choice should be my choice. It shouldn't be what you guys are telling me what I can and can't do. I am involved in many extracurriculars and I do not want to stop them, but if this mandate is forced upon me, I will be forced to quit because I, as myself, will not be getting the vaccine. I do not know the long-term data of this vaccine, and for that matter, neither do any of you. This vaccine may help you and your family, but it should be your choice on whether or not you get it. My body is not the same as anyone else's here. We are all different people, and we should all have the right to make our own decisions. The vaccine is not doing anything. It is not keeping people from spreading it and or keeping them from getting it. Why are you going to force me to get a vaccine that isn't doing anything but putting toxins in my body? I personally feel that the government should not be allowed to treat people differently in society or give people who are vaccinated more before they were mandated. They had long-term data and tests done. This is messing with people's mental health. More importantly, students' mental health. We as students should not be forced to quit extracurriculars and being in person schools because of the mandate that is not a law. You guys may claim that you have no control over this, but you do. As a school district in California, you need to unite with other school districts and come together to prove that this is not necessary. I think that you all have good intentions, but the question is, will you use those intentions for good? Will you use your power to help our community finish uniting? This comment is from Kelly Zeppenfelt. As a substitute teacher for Snowline Joint Unified School District, I support Dr. Holman and all administration during the most challenging times. Upholding COVID-19 mandates and guidelines that are in place for the health and safety of employees, students, and families is in the best interest and utmost importance of everyone. I feel safe in knowing that the district is enforcing these guidelines to the best of their ability, including wearing of masks of all staff and students and testing non-vaccinated employees on a weekly basis to help ensure my health, my student health, and the health of my loved ones. Thank you. This comment is from Rochelle Vasquez. Please take in mind that kids who cannot speak for themselves, special needs kids, have other underlying medical issues that the shot has not been tested on. There is not enough information how it will really react to the medical issues, especially heart conditions. That's it.
That's all? That's it. Oh, very good, thank you. All right, that'll take us to item G for adoption of the agenda. Are there any items from the board that wish to remove anything from the agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda as it's been presented?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, sir. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you, sir. By a show of hands, all those in favor? Thank you. To item H1, information approval, resolution number 22-1559, COVID-19 public health. Dr. Holman?
Sorry, I was just pulling up my agenda here, and so what should be before you, right, is the, Nancy, can you just get me back over this to make sure? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So what's before you on item H1 is the information/approval of the resolution and letter. So two documents there that have been put before you. I recommend to you, President Hernandez, and the rest of the board, that you deal with each one separately, right? Choose where you might want to start. I'd recommend the resolution. Both Nancy and myself will be at the ready to take in any consensus changes to that draft. That draft is presented to you based upon, the feedback that we felt like that I received in terms of being part of all of these settings. And so we'll be at the ready to take any changes as is appropriate in any direction. And as well, look to the approval if you so choose with the resolution. So back over to you there, President Hernandez.
Thank you much. Okay, to the comment, or to the board, any comments or questions of the resolutions as it's been presented?
Yeah, I'll have a few. I don't know.
Member Flores?
Is there a way we could read the whole thing right now, or are we not doing that, just giving our edits right now?
Yeah, most certainly. Dr. Holman, would you do us the pleasure of reading out the resolutions that's been
Yeah, I'd be
prepared?
happy to read that. So it's resolution number 22-1559. It begins as this: whereas on March 4th, 2020, Governor Gavin Newsom declared a state of emergency due to the outbreak and spread of the COVID-19 virus, and whereas California schools and school districts are required to comply with all orders, guidance, and protocols issued by the CDPH, and whereas the Snowline Joint Unified School District, located in the high desert of San Bernardino County and serving over 8,000 students, has complied with the state of emergency by remaining committed to operating all of its schools and educational programs safely amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, while following the California Department of Public Health orders, guidance, and protocols to minimize the spread of COVID-19 and maximize the well-being of our students, staff members, and entire learning community, And whereas the Snowline Joint Unified School District has closely monitored and safely managed all reported COVID-19 cases among students and staff members since the beginning of the pandemic, experiencing no outbreaks due to low transmission rates at our schools and throughout the operations of the school district, per our data and that of the San Bernardino County Department of Public Health, and whereas COVID-19 positivity and case rates throughout the state, in San Bernardino County, and within the Snowline Joint Unified School District boundaries have decreased significantly, reduction of more than 50%, since August of 2021 per our data and that of the San Bernardino County Department of Public Health. And whereas on October 1st, 2021, Governor Gavin Newsom made an announcement that was supported by a press release indicating, quote, plans to add the COVID-19 vaccine to the list of vaccinations required to attend school in person when the vaccine receives full approval from the Food and Drug Administration, end quote, by using a phased-in approach by grade span, grades K-6 and then 7-12. As such, Governor Gavin Newsom has directed the California Department of Public Health to add the COVID-19 vaccine to other vaccinations required for in-person school attendance pursuant to the California Health and Safety Code sections 120325 through 102380. And whereas on October 1st, 2021, Governor Newsom provided supporting information published with the press release indicating that the vaccine requirement will also apply to educators, outlining that, quote, all staff will be required to be vaccinated no later than when the requirement takes effect for students, end quote, thereby converting the verify to test requirement for educators to a vaccine mandate. And whereas the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees agrees with the assertion made in the supporting information published with the press release that, quote, educators, public health experts, and parents know there is no substitute for in-person learning, end quote, and understands that the proposed vaccine mandate will be a condition for in-person learning per the California Health and Safety Code. And whereas the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees understands that vaccine requirements established by regulation and not legislation must be subject to exemptions, quote, for both medical reasons and personal beliefs, end quote, per the California Health and Safety Code, section 120338. And whereas the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees affirms and upholds the Snowline Joint Unified School District core value that our people matter, honoring the personal beliefs of all of our stakeholders. And whereas some Snowline Joint Unified School District students, staff members, and families have shared their desire for COVID-19 vaccinations to be optional, and whereas implementation of the vaccine mandate as presented by Governor Gavin Newsom has a possibility of creating an unintended consequence of educational, emotional, and financial hardships on the Snowline Unified School District. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees requests the state of California to implement a vaccine mandate no sooner than July 1st, 2022, eliminating the possibility of an initiation date of January 1st, 2022. Doing so will provide needed clarity so as to, quote, give both parents and schools sufficient time to prepare and implement, end quote, as well as align with the stated, quote, current projections, end quote, as articulated in the supporting information published with the press release from October 1st, 2021. And be it further resolved that the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees requests the state of California to work expeditiously to provide clear and timely guidance for schools and school districts regarding the details connected to the scope of vaccine exemptions for individuals and families, and be it further resolved that the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees believes that parental choice in vaccination and other health decisions is important and that reasonable accommodations should be developed to ensure that in-person learning remains available to all students. And be it further resolved that the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees requests the state of California to grant local authority to create and implement COVID-19 safety plans in line with local conditions. And be it further resolved that the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees directs the Snowline Joint Unified School District Superintendent to transmit resolution number 22-1559 to Governor Gavin Newsom, State Superintendent of Public Instruction Tony Thurman, Director and State Public Health Officer of the California Department of Public Health, Dr. Tomas J. Aragon, California Health and Human Services Secretary, Dr. Mark Galley, San Bernardino County Supervisor, Colonel Paul Cook, Senator Scott Wilk, Senator Rosalisi Ochoa Bogue, Assemblyman Tom Lackey, Assemblyman Thurston Smitty Smith, and San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, Ted Alejandre, to make known the desires expressed by the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees regarding public health decisions related to COVID-19.
Member Flores, did you have additional?
Yeah, I just wanted to, excuse me.
Yeah, just real close. Speak real close.
Is that a little better? Hold on one sec. Okay, is that a little better? All right. Obviously, I know what we've been asking for is a little bit more teeth on this. I had a meeting, and I really want to thank Mr. Adam Thorpe for some of the words that he gave. That we were talking about that this would place, when a vaccine mandate does go into effect, would place such an undue hardship on the district, not just because of students, but also staff. Last count, our staff vaccination rate is only around 60%. And so I would want to add something to this that, and again, I understand the legal implications right now. I know other districts, even here in the Valley, have had to backpedal on some of their resolutions because of possibly losing insurances. So I understand that portion of it. So I know, and again, Mr. Thorpe and I spoke about striking that balance between well, I think we just used the word that we were looking for a reasonable accommodation from the state. So I do appreciate that that's there. I want to say it's kind of page 2, halfway down, asking for a reasonable accommodation where we get something like, and I don't know if we could make a note of it, but having a reasonable accommodation, like to continue to be able to test in lieu of vaccination, I think that's a very reasonable accommodation. That at least that could be an option. I think to be able to find out if somebody's already recovered from COVID, to take into account natural immunity, I would love to see that here in the resolution. And not saying, excuse me? Sure, that's already an option right now that we have. We've already been using that. So far, we would still ask the state to do it. That would be my preference. Don't answer back. Okay, sorry. Sorry, guys, we're not, I'm sorry. Okay, but I would just like, if you could just let me, okay. I know I don't propose that we put the words that we will not. I understand the liability of that. But to even just say something along the lines of we cannot, we wouldn't be able to follow the California state constitution to say that everyone needs a free education. If we were to, if the state were allowed to do this to us, we would lose a large portion of our staff. We wouldn't be able to function as a district. We wouldn't be able to keep all of our campuses open, let's say. And then that's not to mention, no, please, I just want to finish. And then the amount of students we would lose. Again, whether that is anywhere from, we've heard, conservatively 100 students, but if that's as much as 400 students, if it's 1,000 students, I would like to see something written in, and I don't know exactly where, and I'm sorry for not knowing exactly where, but to let the governor know that this will not, if this is implemented, it'd be catastrophic for our district. But not just that, we are the largest employer in this town. So it would decimate a community, I think. And so, again, I don't know, and I do apologize. I really apologize to everybody today that I am not willing to go all the way to say that I'll play chicken with the governor all the way. I want to go as hard as I can, but at some point, we have a whole community behind us, so I can't be negligent. And so I want to be somewhere in between there. And so for me, I wouldn't suggest the words will not enforce, but to say we cannot enforce because of what it would do to us. I appreciate the words undue hardship being in there. Again, the reasonable accommodations having to do for natural immunity and testing. And I'd also like to write something in there that we would like to join with our friends in these other districts who are making their best effort. Sorry, we don't have to do that. That are making an effort from Lucerne Valley and in Hesperia and in Apple Valley and in Victorville Elementary, to stand with those guys, I guess. And so I don't know if that made like any sense on exactly where to put it on the resolution. I'm sure we'd have to do some redrafting. I don't know if that means we need a special meeting to have some time to do that. But that's my observations, and that's my input, I'm supposed to say.
Thank you, before. So if I could paraphrase your comments, essentially it comes down to an impact of catastrophic amounts to both the district and community, as we are the leading employer.
Yeah, that's what I would say, catastrophic. And one thing I'd like to say too, and I know it's in here, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of all over the place today, is that I'd like to see something that, or I know we have parent choice written in here, I'd like to see that moved higher to the top if we could, to say that really is, like we had talked about local control, that we do believe. I think all of us at this table believe that parents know what's best for their children. So I would like that to move up somewhere on there if that's possible. Yeah.
Do you have that captured about moving up, or the recommendation to move up?
So she's captured the notes?
Yeah, take notes.
So she's captured the notes over here,
Yeah.
and so really, again, it's looking for consensus
All right.
on, throughout this entire discussion. Give us consensus on what you want in there,
Okay.
and we'll put it in there.
To the rest of the board, comments?
Yeah, Daniel kind of echoed what I'd like to see. So, everything he said, I'm in alignment with. But basically, the draft you've written, and I know that everyone in the audience is upset, and they want it to have more teeth, and they want it to sound like Lucerne Valleys, and we had a filibuster from some guy from Hesperia come in here and tell us how it's supposed to be done. I am for parent choice. I am for what you guys are standing for. But it took me about an hour of research to figure out that we're not making this main decision. So one of the speakers, and I was going to wait till board comments to make these comments, but probably most of you will be gone by the time that happens. But so this is relating to our resolution. But one of the speakers spoke about the legislation and the executive order. Right now we're operating under the executive order of Gavin Newsom, which allows for the mandates. Which is the best case scenario for us right now. Really, we cannot. Okay, so I have an example, and I'm not going to answer your questions because we're not allowed to, but I have an example about laws. Okay, so if they enact, and remember, I'm thinking how you are thinking, but once this thing, if it passes through legislation and becomes a law, then a law is a law. If you're riding a motorcycle through the high desert, and then you hit the tri-community, can you take your helmet off and be like, they got local control here, I could take my helmet off and ride through this community? No, you can't, because it's a law, right? And how does that helmet law affect other people? In fact, if you hit somebody's car not wearing a helmet, it might dent their car less, right? So, but we still have to follow California state law. So what I'm saying is currently it is not a law, and we have exemptions. Okay, it is not a law, but to keep it from becoming a law, we have to fight it against legislation, okay? So basically what I'm telling you is, we hear you,
Member
we
Bissell,
understand.
Member Bissell, please recall that this is a meeting of the board. Please address the board.
Oh, sorry, board. Yeah. I'm just trying to, I think the resolution is great. You did a great job, and we're walking the line that we need to be walking.
Comments from any other board members? Well, I think for the time being that as well as I agree with this crowd in terms of I don't agree with this resolution, be it for different, completely opposite reasons. Everybody knows that I am for the vaccinations. I believe that we have the overwhelming support of our area, particularly my area I represent. And so if there are any other comments to the draft, I think we can make modifications. Would that be recommended?
Gosh, I'm sorry. Could you say that one more time? I didn't hear that.
Considering the input that we've received at this time, you could do some modifications to the draft as it is.
Do you mean right now? You said you want me to make the modifications in here?
That would be
I apologize, I missed that.
preferable.
Yeah, I think so. So in terms of process, here's what I would recommend is again, gaining consensus on what needs to be added, subtracted, eliminated, changed, however it might be. We can go through, we can go through this line by line if that's easiest, say keep, change, however it is, whatever is easiest. I think, to me, time is of the essence, right? And we want to get this moving as quickly as possible. So my recommendation, again, would be as long as it takes, it might take a little bit of time, we can go through line by line, and when you collectively get to a spot where you want to change something, have that discussion, come to consensus, and then we can move on. I don't know if that helps. I think that's the most efficient way to do it, and then honor the idea of getting this taken care of as soon as possible.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. Board members, consensus on that process?
I agree, sounds great.
All right, very good. Back to page 1. As to the whereas statements throughout, are there any comments to any of the whereas statements? It does not appear that there are any comments to the whereas. We'll start with the first resolution. Yes?
I'm sorry there, Marcus. We just want to make sure we can hear. So just go to the first line. Any changes to the first line?
We essentially, I believe we have consensus that in the whereas sections, there are no changes.
None on any of the whereases?
Member Flores, do you agree?
The only difference I would have would be, I think it's in the last, it would be in the last whereas, where it says, whereas implementation of a vaccine mandate as presented by Governor Newsom has the possibility of creating unintended consequences. I'd like if we can change that, something to along the lines of the implementation of a vaccine mandate as presented by the governor will create, not just has the possibility of creating, it will create catastrophic hardship, not just unintended consequences, but catastrophic hardship on the educational, emotional, and finances of Snowline Joint Unified School District.
That is the final whereas on page 2.
On page 2, yeah.
Oh, yeah, about a quarter of the way
Yeah,
down, page
4th
2.
paragraph down. And Nancy will read back the modification when she's ready. Page 2 of the resolution? Yeah, fourth paragraph down, whereas implementation of the vaccine mandate as presented by the governor. That is being rewritten right now, and Nancy will read that back.
Yeah, thanks for being patient. We're just trying to
I appreciate that. Thank
make
you
sure
for
we
the,
capture every piece there that Member Flores just said.
Do you need me to go again? I'll go again if you need me to. Nance.
Yeah, thank you for your patience.
Okay, so the proposed change on the last whereas would state, whereas implementation of the vaccine mandate as presented by Governor Gavin Newsom has the possibility, yeah, sorry. Let me strike that. Has the possibility. Okay. Whereas implementation of the vaccine mandate as presented by Governor Gavin Newsom will create catastrophic consequences of educational, emotional, and financial hardships on the Snowline JUSD.
Yeah, and I think maybe some wordsmithing somewhere in there, just to, maybe hardship might need to get taken out towards the end there, because it's a little redundant, but,
And I believe you also referenced community, correct?
yeah. What was that?
You also referenced community within your modification?
Oh, yes,
district
yeah,
and
maybe
community.
after Snowline Joint Unified School District, as well as our local community.
Local, economic, no.
I don't know, catastrophic consequences go for educational, emotional, and financial. Sorry, it's hard to think this fast on my toes. Sorry.
So consequences of educational, emotional, and financial hardships on the Snowline JUSD as well as our local community.
Yes, I would like something along those lines.
Well, tell me what those lines are.
Exactly
Member
what the lines
Flores. I need the exact wording that you want.
How about before we get that exact wording, we go to the rest of the board for consensus that this is
to
a
move in that
modification
direction,
that
sure.
they agree upon? The rest of the board? You're not hearing any of it? Oh, okay.
Would you like me to reread it, Christina?
Oh, okay. All right, well, to the rest of the board, I'm looking for consensus that this modification is agreeable, or if you wanted to read something else.
I like the modification.
Can you read it once more, please?
Certainly. Whereas implementation of the vaccine mandate as presented by Governor Gavin Newsom will create catastrophic consequences of educational, emotional, and financial hardships on the Snowline JUSD as well as our local community.
I think the word that, Nancy, because you said you needed the exact word, if we said something along the lines of will have catastrophic consequences on the educational, emotional, and financial state of Snowline JUSD and the surrounding community. If that's a little more grammar for you.
Okay. On the educational, emotional
And financial state
state
of the Snowline JUSD. And surrounding community.
Hold on. Financial state. I need to.
I
State.
actually like the hardship better.
You like it though it was previously written?
Oh, hardship instead of consequence?
No, a hardship instead of state.
Financial state, he wants to have it remain
emotional
financial.
and
Oh,
financial
because we say
hardship.
hardship earlier, that was the only reason I said that.
Oh, okay.
Because
I
sorry,
don't
I
see
moved the sentence.
hardship earlier in that statement, in that whereas statement.
Yeah, it's not there.
Oh, I
Whereas
think
implementation of the vaccine mandate as presented by Governor Gavin Newsom will create catastrophic consequences on the educational, emotional, and financial, you say state, Member Bristol says hardships on the Snowline JUSD as well as our local community.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my change was on the, instead of hardship on, to change that to state of the Snowline JUSD.
Right, and Member Bristol said,
Yeah, I think if
He
we
likes
place,
hardship.
yeah, if we just put state, it's not conveying that it's a negative state or hardship or negatively impacting. It's just saying emotional and
Or maybe the
financial state.
financial situation or the.
You know what I'm saying? If we put a more negative word, more accurate word, which would be the hardship, other than just the state, because what state will we be in? A hardship.
Okay, then maybe change it to catastrophic hardship instead of catastrophic consequences. Is that what you're saying, Nathan? No. Sorry, I can't see him, so it's a little harder.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. No, I'm honestly just saying that whereas, I don't have any problem with it. It conveys, I think, what we want to say, or what I want to say.
As is.
As is. But what you were speaking about before, you were talking about can or will, and I don't know what line that was in, but that sounded good.
yeah.
I think Nancy will.
Okay,
Oh.
so on this one, whereas implementation of the vaccine mandate as presented by Governor Gavin Newsom will create catastrophic consequences on the educational, emotional, and financial. And Member Flores says state, Member Bristol says hardships on the Snowline JUSD, as well as our local community. So we just need to know if we're keeping state, putting state in and taking out hardships, or vice versa.
Wouldn't catastrophic indicate the state, Member Bristol?
Yeah, I guess so. Perfect. Say state.
Okay. How does everybody else feel about that one? There we go. Thumbs up. Consensus.
And I think
All right.
I'm just, oh, wait, sorry.
I guess we breezed through. Is it still in the same comment?
Yes, just one thing, the very last, so just a few words from the end. You said the state on, but I would put the state of the district. Maybe that's splitting hairs, but it's been a while since English class, so.
All right, I think Nancy will wordsmith that one just a little bit more, and we can move on. Since there was a change to one of the whereas, where we first said there's not, does everybody want to read those whereas and confirm that there are no changes at this point?
I'm better with that, yes, thank you.
Okay. Everybody, if you take maybe 1 or 2 minutes to read those and come up with any modifications.
Yeah, but is it here? There. Is that what you wanted to do? I didn't hear the other conversation. I don't know where we're at.
Okay, thank you, President Hernandez. Where are we next?
Right now, I'm asked all the rest of the board members to review all of the whereas to confirm
thank
that
you.
there are no additional changes before we start moving into the resolutions.
Okay, thank you. Whatever color you want. No, no problem.
And Student Board Member Parr, if there are any modifications that you see fit or have any recommendations from the student perspective, that would also be appreciated. just to member Bristol and Flores if there are any changes. I think the other board members have chimed in that they have no additional comments.
Correct, no additional comments on the whereases for
On
me.
any of them from you as well? Member Bristol?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, very good. We'll move on to the first resolution on page 2.
Just because it's a little hard to see each other and kind of communicate, is it possible that we number these right now? So just for the sake of, talking
Resolution
back
1,
and
2, 3,
forth.
4.
Yeah. No, yeah, what was that?
Yeah, so where did you say we wanted to number these?
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, if we can, because a couple of them I'd like to move if that's possible. And so that way I can say, can we move number, here to there and that kind of stuff.
Whereas second, or first resolution, second resolution. shall
Correct,
1, 2,
yeah.
3, 4, 5, no problem. To the rest of the board, we're numbering them 1 through 5 on the resolutions. So keep that in mind as we move things around.
What are we
Yeah, I think you just keep track when he refers to 1. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. It's hard in this environment. It's really hard.
Are we taking a few moments or do I just fire off right now?
We'll go one by one.
Oh, okay.
So we'll start with resolution number 1, if everybody has read that thoroughly and is prepared to comment, or if they have any questions to it.
Yeah, all these resolution statements.
Member Bristol,
What are we looking at?
resolution number 1.
Yeah. What section?
The first, now therefore be it resolved.
Okay.
So we're labeling them 1 through 5, starting on that.
Oh, the be it?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought we were labeling the whereas.
We're done with
Would-
Whereas.
Unless you have any comment to the whereas.
No, we're good.
Okay. All right, to the first.
I'd like to try to work in, and I'm not positive, I think maybe it might be in the third, be it further resolved, something about aligning with other districts in our community, or in our area.
Yeah, we'll do that one by one. So to the first resolution, any comments? Are we still reading? Resolution number 1, any comments?
I'd like to move it to number 4, if that's possible.
Well, let's go resolution by resolution, and
Okay.
if you want to move things around, we can.
Yeah, I'm okay with the wording. I would just like to move it later.
Yeah, he wants to change the order, but are you wanting to change
I'm okay
that?
with the wording on number 1. I'm okay with it.
Okay. All right, resolution number 2, any comments? Take 30 seconds to read that.
President Hernandez, I'm sorry for being the slow one here. Just want to make certain. So no changes to the first, now therefore be it resolved, correct? There's
Wording-
consensus on that?
Wording on the first resolution, consensus, no changes.
Okay, thanks for the confirmation. I appreciate that.
So resolution number 2, any comments?
I have none on number 2 either.
Resolution number 2?
2 is good.
All right, resolution number 3. Resolution number 3, any comments?
Yeah, the only thing I would like to add to that, because we talk about how parental choice in vaccination and other health decisions is important, and that reasonable accommodations should be developed to ensure in-person learning remains available to all students. I don't know if we could put an example of that, like ideas of what we believe those reasonable accommodations to be. And so an accommodation where there's still an option to test in lieu of, should a mandate come forward, that there would still be the option to test in lieu of vaccination. That would be what we're doing right now, right, essentially, with the weekly testing and stuff like that.
Well, if provided that local control, that would be our ability. to
Right,
define.
right, so that, and that's,
I don't
you
know if
know,
that's a resolution, though.
yeah, I don't know if we have to put an example on there, I'm fine with the wording of number 3. But just when reasonable accommodations, I don't know if that's too broad of a statement, if we need to zero in on what we think those reasonable accommodations are, and saying that we would continue to go that route, or accommodations made for those who have recovered from COVID, you know, like not, so to where there's not just, it's vaccine or bust.
I feel like if we put maintaining exemptions or something, you know, should be developed to ensure that in-person learning remains available to all students by maintaining personal exemptions or all 3 of the exemptions. Medical, personal, and religious.
How about, and that reasonable accommodations, including prior exposure or infection, should be developed to ensure that in-person learning remains. Like, I think what you're going after is that prior exposure immunity.
Right, right, because we have, I mean, depending on what studies we read, right? The ones I've read kind of tend to say that we're not naturally granted more immunity based on a vaccine if we've already had COVID. So that's my understanding.
I'm not a fan of locking us into having to test as a reasonable accommodation. I think it's fine to just leave it as reasonable accommodation as to be determined. I don't think.
And that way we may have the possibility to decide the accommodations.
It is broad in nature so that we can capture as much as possible if and when that time comes.
Yeah, if that's more helpful to leave it open to where we can maybe have our, you know, like you said, if things change what our accommodations would be, I'm fine with that as well. Just if there had to be an example, that was the only reason I was giving an example of what an accommodation might look like.
That's a good point. Member Behringer, I agree with her. Leave it open.
All right. Well, any consensus on leaving it as is, or any desire for continued discussion on that?
Yeah, I'd like to leave it the way it is.
Member Flores, to you?
Then the last thing I would add then would just be, as far as reasonable accommodation, I would like something put in about personal, religious, or medical, or personal, religious, or belief exemptions. Personal, religious, or medical exemptions, I'm sorry. And I think that's the nature of it anyways, right? I don't know if we need to state it, but again, my understanding is that if it's just mandated by the governor, then we get those exemptions regardless. And we've yet to see who gets to approve those, but it seems like they would be approved pretty readily.
I do like the idea of having it on paper, though, saying those 3 main exemptions, even though you read the executive order, it gives you those.
Yeah.
But I'd like to put it in our resolution.
So how about after that, and that reasonable accommodations, including medical, religious, and personal belief, should be developed to ensure that in-person learning remains available, something to that effect?
That sounds good.
Yeah, I like that.
Nancy, if you could do your wordsmithing, then we'll get consensus.
So I need to know what.
Yeah, you got it. Reasonable accommodations, including personal. I'd argue.
It is, right, it's reiterating what is written, but should it become legislation?
Get rid of the or.
Where, yeah, but I believe legislation could write into their law.
Should be developed, I'm sure, yeah.
Exemption status, and folks like this can have that say on that level of it, so definitely no legal scholar in terms of the workings of legislation, but.
Do you want me to read back what you?
Of course, please.
Yes, please.
Be it further resolved that the Snowline JUSD Board of Trustees believes that parental choice in vaccination and other health decisions is important and that reasonable accommodations, including personal, religious, or medical exemptions, should be developed to ensure that in-person learning remains available to all students.
I like that a lot better. Yeah, that's,
I agree.
thumbs up for
Agree.
me, sorry.
Agree.
That's consensus.
Yeah.
All right, number 4.
That,
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so we're now on number 4?
Number 4, yeah, I believe this one's, Member Flores has some comments. I guess even before we get to that, other comments on resolution number 4? Member from Bristol?
Not yet, give me one second.
Okay, no problem.
Looks good.
I just have one edit on this number 4.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where, hold on, where at?
So it's probably 3/4 of the page down.
Oh, no, I know. Where on the?
Oh, at the very end, if we
Okay.
could add something to it, because that way it would say something along the lines of, be it further resolved that the Snowline JUSD Board of Trustees requests that the state of California to grant local authority to create and implement COVID-19 safety plans in line with local conditions. Because we're asking for local authority, I would say at the end of that, as we cannot enforce or don't have the ability to enforce a vaccine mandate. Because I don't know that we.
Yeah, we're never enforcing a vaccine mandate. We are following out state law if it's approved. At this point, it is not.
Right. So, yeah, that would just be my only portion to say that, like, I don't
No
know.
local agency like ours has that, any kind of authority to initiate any kind of health plan of that nature.
Right. So almost just restating that to them, right, that we don't have the ability to enforce it. So that's where I would stand on it. That's just, that was the only thing I wanted to add to it.
I'm with you. I'm trying to figure out how to say it.
Would you like me to read it with his words?
Say that again,
With
sorry?
what, would you like me to read it with Member Flores's request to change?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Or add to, I'm sorry. It states, be it further resolved that the Snowline JUSD Board of Trustees requests the state of California to grant local authority to create and implement COVID-19 safety plans in line with local conditions, as we don't have the ability to enforce a vaccine mandate.
Yeah, that's, I think that, I believe it's redundant. We don't have it, and stating that we don't have it does no further, my opinion. The rest of the board, any comments to adding the ability of the district to implement or to mandate?
No, I know what you want to say, but I feel like that's in the wrong spot. And I do agree with you, but it's like, it's sort of two different things. You know what I mean? It doesn't.
Yeah, I get it.
It's not flowing good for me. Hang on.
Yeah. As is, doesn't sound like
So
we
does it stay or go?
So far, I think original stays.
Okay.
Yeah,
Member Bristol
for me, original stays.
Yeah, Member Bristol believes if that comment about the district does not have the authority to mandate, he believes that it should be reside somewhere else. I don't believe that verbiage is necessary in this resolution.
So do we have consensus?
Yeah. Yeah, to the rest of the board, any comments to the district mandate or ability to or not to do that? Any comment of if you're in favor of or against?
I'd like to put it in there, but I just don't know where.
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Bristol?
I'd like to get that in our resolution. I'm just still struggling with where to put it in.
Find a home for it. So number 4, Clerk Bloom, any comment to that? So far, number 4 is fine as is.
Okay.
We are reviewing the other resolutions to find if there's a proper place to include the verbiage regarding district mandating.
If it were to go anywhere, it would go under the second to the last whereas.
Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking that I hate to go backwards, but maybe it does fit
No,
better on the
that's what
whereas.
this is for.
Whereas we don't have the ability or the, to do that. I agree with Mrs. Behringer, sorry about that. Sorry, Nancy.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, sorry.
That looks good. Member Behringer coming through.
We are still reviewing. Yeah, let us, give us a moment to do that. Okay, so it was commented that the second to last whereas, which on page 2 would be number 3. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, whereas some Snowline JUSD students, staff members, and families have shared their desire for COVID-19 vaccination to be optional. You believe commenting here about the district not having the authority to mandate should be placed?
Yeah, that sounds a lot better to me, sorry.
I think so.
Sorry for trying to force that into the wrong place there. But yeah, I think it does work better in that third.
Okay, I can read it as you just stated, President Hernandez, if you would like.
Sure, please.
Whereas some Snowline JUSD students, staff members, and families have shared their desire for COVID-19 vaccinations to be optional, as we don't have the ability to enforce a vaccine mandate.
Instead of we, the district.
Yeah, the district or Snowline.
That's okay.
Okay,
No, just pronouns.
then it would be does not. Okay, I will repeat that if you so wish.
Yes, please.
Whereas some Snowline JUSD students, staff members, and families have shared their desire for COVID-19 vaccinations to be optional, as Snowline JUSD does not have the ability to enforce a vaccine mandate.
How about authority instead of ability?
I'm
To
sorry.
the board?
Authority, did we say?
Authority.
Yeah, I like authority, yeah. I like
Okay,
While we're at it, let's change it to many Snowline.
Oh, yeah, instead of some, yeah, many.
what am I changing to many?
I will thumbs up many.
Many? Okay. Okay. Read it again?
Last read, please.
Okay. Whereas many Snowline JUSD students, staff members, and families have shared their desire for COVID-19 vaccinations to be optional, as Snowline JUSD does not have the authority to enforce a vaccine mandate.
I like that. Thumbs up from me.
Okay. Rest of the board, consensus on that item?
Yeah, sounds good.
Very good. Any comments to the rest of the resolution? You talked about switching things around.
Yeah, if that's possible. I'm sorry that I keep.
Does it make a,
I'm sorry.
does it make a substantive change?
Okay, so if
to
I
the-
could make some changes, Nancy, I think we've numbered these. Well, I have anyways. If number four,
Back to the resolutions.
if number four
Yes.
resolution can move to number one, saying that our desire first and foremost is for local authority. And then if number three can move to number two, saying that the second thing we're asking is for a reasonable accommodation, then I think what would come after that would be the second one being number three. Dang, this is, I'm confusing myself saying
Just
this.
keep going,
Then
I
number
got
two
it.
would be number three, number one would be number four, and five can stay number five.
I think Nancy's got that.
I wish we had like a live Google document we can slip and slide right here, but.
Would you like me to read it the way that Member Flores has requested?
To the rest of the board, any comments to the order of resolution? Let's go ahead and read that.
Okay, let me try this.
So it's going to start with the now therefore be it resolved, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Snowline JUSD Board of Trustees requests the state of California to grant local authority to create and implement COVID-19 safety plans in line with local conditions, and be it further resolved that the Snowline JUSD Board of Trustees believes that parental choice in vaccination and other health decisions is important, and that reasonable accommodations, including personal, religious, or medical exemptions, should be developed to ensure that in-person learning remains available to all students. And be it therefore resolved that the Snowline JUSD Board of Trustees requests the state of California to work expeditiously to provide clear and timely guidance for schools and school districts regarding the details connected to the scope of vaccine exemptions for individuals and families. And therefore be it resolved that the Snowline JUSD Board of Trustees requests the state of California to implement a vaccine mandate no sooner than July 1st, 2022, eliminating the possibility of an initiation date of January 1st, 2022. Doing so will provide needed clarity so as to give both parents and schools sufficient time to prepare and implement, as well as align with the stated current projections as articulated in the supporting information published with the press release from October 1st, 2021.
The only change there would be that it's further resolved, not therefore be it resolved.
What did I say? I'm sorry, where did I? Right, be it, okay.
Correct.
Okay, but I'll change all that.
Okay,
when
no
I-
problem, thank you.
I don't think you have to read the last one. It's long.
Thank you, Member Flores.
You know, on number two, if I'm going to chime in, that personal should be personal belief.
On the new
The
number
new
two?
number two, yeah.
4 is 1, 3 is 2, 2 is 3.
Any comment to personal
Okay,
belief
thank
versus
you.
personal?
And my understanding, and,
It was the previously, number 4, no, number 3.
Number 3. I changed it.
Reasonable accommodations, including personal belief,
Yeah.
not just personal.
They all agreed on
That's, yeah, what I thought.
Yeah, I had left the word belief
and,
out.
and within personal belief, that's where we're not, that's very broad.
Broad, yeah.
I can say,
I believe.
as a parent, right, as a parent, I have
believe.
2 young ones. As a parent, I could say, I don't believe I want my children getting the vaccine because they've already had COVID. That's a valid personal belief, correct?
Yeah.
As far as we understand it at this
As
table.
we understand the
Right,
law,
yeah,
as it's
perfect.
currently written, correct.
Yeah,
yes.
that way natural immunity is covered. I like that.
Correct. Okay, any other comments or any musical chairs with those resolutions or whereases and? Member
Sorry
Flores?
for all the extra.
I look over here. Yeah,
Yeah, sorry, sorry. No, I'm good now, thank you.
very good. Rest-
I'm sorry. Now we move to the letter, is that right?
No, we'll go ahead and take a vote on the resolution, and therefore, can I get a motion to approve the resolution as it has been modified?
Move approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
By a show of
Jumped
hands,
in
all
before
those
Nathan.
in favor? Any opposed? You're opposed?
No, my hand was up
Kidding,
for.
I'm kidding.
Good. It was up, I didn't know. if I-
Unanimous
I didn't
vote
know if it was
approval.
seen.
Did
It passes.
everybody approve? Thank you.
Yes.
Can we have a recess for a potty break at some point? Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have the energy to continue on to the letter, or anybody want to recess?
I would like a recess, please, for 5 minutes.
A 5-minute recess requested at the end, we'll take 5 minutes. Sorry. It looked like it was pretty urgent, so. It looked like, yeah. It looks like he's doing it. What's he doing? Holy smokes. I should have started top line. It wasn't until I had a first year college. And, oh, there I am. All right, we'll reconvene this meeting, and we'll continue on to the letter drafted to the governor. Do we want to go ahead and read that out since we read the resolution? All right. Sure, no problem. All right, we're going to go ahead and do a reading of the letter first. As Dr. Holman is going through that, please pay attention to wording and verbiage. Any items that you want changed, we'll try to get to them quickly.
You got to thank you, President Hernandez. You've asked me to read the letter. It's dated November 16, 2021, addressed to Governor Gavin Newsom at the address listed there. And it starts by saying, "Dear Governor Newsom, since your announcement on October 1st, 2021 of plans to require the COVID-19 vaccine for students to attend in-person learning and for staff members to complete their educational duties, concerns have been expressed by Snowline Joint Unified School District stakeholders. Numerous parents, guardians, employees, and community members have voiced their collective disappointment in the possibility of having to leave their schools and professions because of the proposed vaccination mandate if reasonable accommodations are not made available. We believe that this will have a negative impact on the outcomes of those opposed to your plan and the Snowline learning community. Throughout the entire pandemic, Snowline Joint Unified School District has closely monitored and safely managed all reported COVID-19 cases among students and staff members. No outbreaks have occurred due to low transmission rates at our schools and throughout the operations of the Snowline Joint Unified School District. Such data reported by the San Bernardino County Department of Public Health on our region and within our boundaries have decreased significantly, reduction of more than 50%, since the start of this school year in August. With reasonable accommodations being made available to those who oppose the vaccination mandate, the Snowline Joint Unified School District would continue to maintain the safety needed to combat COVID-19 transmission for all students and staff members. In an effort to make in-person learning available to as many students as possible, please consider the following. Delay implementation of the vaccine mandate to no sooner than July 1st, 2022. Doing so will provide needed clarity so as to, quote, give both parents and schools sufficient time to prepare, end quote. Work expeditiously to provide clear and timely guidance for schools and school districts regarding the details connected to the scope of vaccine exemptions for individuals and families. Honor parental choice in vaccination and other health decisions, developing reasonable accommodations to ensure that in-person learning remains available to all students. Grant local authority to school districts to create and implement COVID-19 safety plans in line with local conditions. The detrimental effects of COVID-19 have been profound. Ensuring that all students in California have safe and consistent access to the best in-person learning experience is more essential than ever. Please consider our requests in support of the Snowline learning community and all others in California. Sincerely, the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees, and then every board member is listed thereafter.
Just on the first bullet, only or not necessarily formatting, but the quotations around give both parents, there's no reference to any other document, and therefore are the quotations necessary? And it's simply a grammatical placement, innocuous, really.
Yeah, so I could just tell you, from the author's standpoint, right, comes from Governor Newsom's additional documentation that came, or that was provided after October 1st, so it can be referenced if you want, or not.
So that quote's
How you wish.
from his document? Oh, okay, never mind.
Or at least the document
My
that.
apologies.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, the document that was connected to his announcement on October 1st. And President Hernandez, I'll just, if you don't mind, if you just tell us step by step, it really helps Nancy capture these. I mean, if you don't mind going to the top and then go downward, just like you did last time, that's a really big help. I know it's trying to wordsmith in this, in a large environment is always difficult. I commend all of you for getting through that first time. I think, it does take time, but in the end game, I think we get a better outcome. So if you're able to start from the top and go down, that would really assist us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure all the board members were going along and redlining, and I see Member Flores already nodding over there. Member Bristol also nodding. Okay, so paragraph number 1, any comments or corrections? Member Flores.
Sorry, guys. Jeez. So the very last sentence of paragraph 1 says, we believe that this will have a negative impact on the outcomes of those opposed to your plan and the Snowline learning community. I think just for the sake of continuity, if we change negative to catastrophic once again, and then at the end of that sentence about the Snowline learning community, I don't know if we could say just the Snowline JUSD as well as the local community, just to keep a little continuity with what we did in the resolution, if that's possible.
Yeah, I caught that also. Good call there. First, any additional comments to paragraph 1? Any comments to Member Flores' request? Any, do we have agreement to make those changes?
Yes.
All right, we have consensus to make those changes, so let's go ahead and update that. Similar wording as to the resolution.
Okay, so President Hernandez,
Yes, ma'am.
I got the changing the negative to catastrophic, but
So it seems like we're going to add in the that inflective word there from the resolution, as well as Snowline District and community.
Yeah, thanks, President Hernandez. We're just trying to catch up to you. My
Yeah,
apologies.
absolutely. Thank you for that word.
Yeah, great. Yeah, and then can you go back? Let's just see what it looks like there. Or go back to this one, sorry. Oh, yeah, that's good. Plan. And the Snowline, yeah, and the Snowline. That's good, yeah. And community.
On mine, across the middle of the page, it says draft.
Oh, yeah.
Across the page, it says draft.
Yes, sir.
Do we remove, not just,
No, I think it's pretty. Do you want a different color?
I do.
We might be getting a little tired here and getting delirious.
Okay, do you want me to read the first paragraph?
Of course we do.
I'm okay with just the last sentence
Okay.
of the first paragraph.
We believe.
Okay, Member Flores. thank
Well,
you.
I mean, you said that sometimes I could.
So
I'm just giving you a hard time, of course. I will read just the last sentence then, since those are where the changes are. We believe that this will have a catastrophic impact on the outcomes of those opposed to your plan and the Snowline JUSD and community. That doesn't sound right.
Oh, I was local community, if possible.
Where?
Just our local community here. Yeah. I think that's what I said, right, as well? Did I not say as well as? As well as surrounding community.
As well
Sorry, I
as
was talking to myself right now.
the surrounding community.
And not.
Daniel, or Member Flores?
Ooh.
Sorry.
Yes, as well as surrounding community, our surrounding community.
As well as the surrounding community.
Sure, sure,
Okay.
sounds good.
One more time on that last sentence.
Okay, that last sentence reads, "We believe that this will have a catastrophic impact on the outcomes of those opposed to your plan and the Snowline JUSD, as well as the surrounding community."
Now I don't like it.
No, too many communities.
Because it's negative impact on the outcomes of those opposed. The catastrophic impact is to the Snowline district and community, not just those opposed, it's everybody.
It's bad for everybody.
It's bad for
Yeah,
everybody.
Yeah,
agreed.
okay, I agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to take out the oppose your plan part. Maybe just end the sentence after catastrophic impact
Period.
on the Snowline learning community, or
I think he wants to capture language similar to the resolution where we said both Snowline district and the community.
okay.
That's
sounds good
his
too, I think.
intent. Do you have any objection to that? Member Bristol?
No, that sounds good.
Okay.
So what am I taking something out?
Remove the outcomes of those opposed to your plan.
We still want
It's not
outcomes, just
simply
not
those.
of those opposed to your
We
plan.
believe
If there
that,
is negative
so we would-
impact, it's going to be to everybody, not
That's right.
just those.
Yep, thank you, yep.
We believe that this will have a catastrophic impact on the Snowline Joint Unified School District and community, period,
Oh,
right?
yeah, delete outcomes
Something like
too
that?
there.
Something to that effect. We'll see what the readback is.
Of the Snowline. Okay, let me see if I got this. I may not have, so just correct me, please. We believe that this will have a catastrophic impact on the outcomes of the Snowline JUSD as well as the surrounding community.
I agree. Rest of the board?
Thumbs up
Consensus?
from me.
Thumbs up?
Yes, like it.
What?
There we go.
What, Member Flores?
I just said thumbs up,
Oh, okay.
You said thumbs up, but you didn't give
and
us
I
a
gave
thumbs
the
up?
thumbs up.
Thank you, sir. All right, paragraph 1, thank you. Paragraph number 2, any comments? I have no changes to number 2.
I'm okay with
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I like the rest of the letter. I'm good. I have no more comments on the
Member
rest.
Bristol's good with the balance of the letter.
You're never gonna believe
Member
this.
Clerk Bloom and Member Berenger also good with the rest of the letter.
You're not gonna believe this, but
Member
I
Flores with the
wonder
rest
if,
of the letter.
again, for the sake of continuity, if we might move some of the bullets around a little bit. If we could,
Bullets, correct.
if bullets are 1, 2, and 3,
1, 2, 3, 4.
There's 4.
there's 4, did I?
You already
Oh,
struck one out?
Sorry, I missed one. I thought the first one, no, I'm sorry. I thought 1 and 2 were all 1.
Do you think the same order to align with the resolution?
Yes, so if it's,
Number 4,
it would
1.
be 4 would become 1,
2, 1, correct.
3 would become 2,
2
2 would become 3, and 1 would become 4.
And 1 would become 4.
If,
Flip-flop.
man, could I be more difficult in the same meeting?
You could be more difficult, but you're being rather reasonable,
Yeah.
so it's
So
okay.
thank you, guys, for your patience.
Okay, so I will change it. 4 becomes 1, 3 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, and 1 becomes 4.
To the rest of the board, any issues with that change? Modifying the order of the bullets? All thumbs up consensus? Very good. All right, bullets are changed. That last paragraph, Member Flores? Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
jeepers.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
I heard what someone had said, and I can't remember exactly who, but I would like to have one kind of thing added. the detrimental effects of COVID, I don't want to minimize that. That is real. All of us, in one way or another, I think I've shared with most of you guys, I presided over the funeral of my aunt who passed away of COVID. So I don't want to at all minimize that people have hurt from this. So to just remove it and say that it's a government issue, I don't agree with that. So I would like for it to say the detriment of COVID-19 as well as changing guidelines. I do think that has been detrimental, though. The guidelines that have changed, and I understand, I'll just leave it at that. The changing guidelines have been difficult for everybody. And so I would like to add something that has to do with that as we continue to change, it just becomes more difficult for learning, you know? So if we could say the detrimental effects of COVID-19 as well as changing guidelines have been profound, it's affected our kids a lot. So that would be the only edit I have, surprisingly. But I leave that to the rest.
Yeah, I get it. Any thoughts on this of the board? I don't, can you maybe clarify one more time what your expectations are there?
Yeah, so I would just change it to the detrimental effects of COVID-19 as well as changing guidelines have been profound. Just the first sentence of that. If the rest don't agree, that's okay too.
Yeah.
I have it. I did add the detrimental effects of COVID-19 as well as changing guidelines have been profound.
I mean, I agree, you know, we've had a moving target since day one. You know, we were, you know, March 14th, I believe is the date, or March 15th. And, you know, it was that first week, and then it was 2 weeks, and then it was spring break, and then it was, you know, and I think that was the nature of this. You know, I think that was COVID-19, and that was the detrimental effects. I think the moving targets were a consequence of that. But, you know, the verbiage, I think, is a bit innocuous in terms of, you know, does it define anything additional? No, but if that's your wishes, I'm okay with it also. So I think to the rest of the board, there's already consensus. So if you can read that first line, the last paragraph.
Okay, it states the detrimental effects of COVID-19 as well as changing guidelines have been profound.
Very good. And as this is just a letter and not a resolution, is approval required? It is not required.
Just
okay.
consensus.
Do we have consensus that this letter is the, I've easily got consensus.
President Hernandez, if I could just get some clarity at the resolution at the bottom instructed me to get that document to a list of individuals. Is it assumed that I should be doing the same with this letter?
I believe this letter should be a cover letter to that resolution. And so when delivered, you deliver both.
Yeah, so I'll just, ask for consensus. Yeah, whatever.
Okay, consensus to everybody.
Handle that.
Deliver a letter same as resolution, and we have consensus.
Yes.
So just for clarity, make sure, I think Nancy's capturing that this would serve as the cover letter for the resolution that's sent to all those individuals?
That is affirmative.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And again, I'll just take a quick moment to thank all of you here at the board, really those folks in the audience. This is difficult to do at any point in time. Wordsmithing's challenging, but to do it in this setting, I appreciate everyone bearing with me so that we could make the changes. Nancy, thank you so much for the help there.
I'd like to thank everyone for bearing with me too.
All right, that concludes the administrative H1. Moving on to now consent motion. Are there any requests to pull any items from consent agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you. By show of hands, all in favor? Member Bristol and Clerk Bloom, I did not.
Yeah, we did.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's unanimous. We just approved the minutes of the October 26, 2021 regular meeting of the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees, approved personnel motions, approved designation of the 2021 annual organization meeting of the Governing Board of Trustees, approved board resolution for the 2021-2022 school year, Approved state preschool program delegate agency agreement number 22/21/22-0288. Approved student expulsions and/or stipulated expulsions and/or stipulated suspended expulsions. And approved ratification of the district financial transactions. Taking us to item J1, Dr. Holman.
Thank you very much, President Hernandez. As has been our norm since the pandemic started for the most part, time for an update relative to our in-person and at-home learning. We do this at every meeting. Robert Chacon, I just want to make sure as I turn around, I'll give you the signal to change the slides. Is that all right with you? Yeah, thank you, Robert, up there. Really appreciate your great efforts and the entire team. So again, here we are with the presentation. You can, just to let you know, it'll be on the screen behind you here at the board, or you can, of course, maybe make access. Oh, well, provide access. No, I guess
don't
not.
see it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I was actually going to ask for that, but that's all right.
Yeah, actually, I can do that moving forward. We can do that moving forward.
I'll just turn around.
Okay, so it will be behind me. I've got it in front of me here. So that first slide, Robert, we can just go to that. It's really slide 2, excuse me. And we'll go to slide 2. There are shared understanding, shared commitment that we have each and every time. That's what we're endeavoring to do. When we go to slide 3, there's the agenda. That agenda looked relatively similar. That agenda was adjusted just a bit. We have one frequently asked question instead of multiple ones, even though that's plural, it's always in there. And then when we go to the 4th slide, there's the public health guidance that you've been very clear and directive to me and supportive in terms of ourselves following that. And then at the next slide, on slide 5, our commitment as quickly, as safely, as tightly aligned, and doing so together. Always appreciate that opportunity to say that. The learning design plan for this school year, right? We have two outstanding options, in my opinion. In person, of course, which we've been talking about the most, and rightly so, because most of our students and parents support that. But we also have a wonderful option in terms of homeschool. That's Snowline Academy. That's available to all. And then on the next slide, Robert, in slide 7, that's that reminder of the metrics that continue to be watched. We continue to watch those to ensure that we're informed, right? And that's the case rate as well as the 2 positivity rates. And so then we're going to go through 5 slides next. Robert, thanks for moving ourselves through the 5 communities within the Snowline Joint Unified School District that have metrics attached to those communities. Those are Oak Hills. You can see those right up there. There's a screenshot of the Oak Hills. The latest, you see the week of the 24th through the 30th of October. Yes, that is the latest on the website from San Bernardino County Department of Public Health. And then the next one will be Phelan as we move through here. After Phelan, you see the case rates and positivity rates. We're going to see Pinion Hills after that. And again, that entire area, the case rate and positivity rate. And after Pinion Hills, we're going to see Victorville. In this case, you see Victorville there up on the screen, the positivity rate as well as the case rate. And then last but not least, the 5th community of the 5 communities that have data in our boundaries, and that's Wrightwood, and that's probably up there on the screen now. So after those 5 screenshots that we've seen on a regular basis, let's go to the San Bernardino County data. I want to just spend a quick moment there. These data have not changed, and I will tell you, I've reached out to the San Bernardino County Department of Public Health, and their data are just, they're behind on it, and just for themselves. Yeah, it remains at October 15th. Still working with those individuals and trying to find out why that's slow, because if we go to the next slide, Robert, thanks for, again, hanging in here with me. On slide 14. Yeah, sorry, I just want to look over my shoulder there. When we look at 14, you can see that our own data have been updated 2 different weeks since that 15th day that you can see for the county previously. On the data we have from September 11th through October 30th, what I just share real quickly is we had been trending down. We're trending slightly upward now of late. You can see the total weekly cases from a high back on September 11th, multiple weeks ago of 78. Now we're trending back toward that 70 as the total weekly cases. And you can see the youth cases not nearly as high as that 20 multiple, 7 weeks, 8 weeks ago at 11. But numbers for us to be wary of and continue to watch, and we always do. That next slide, Robert, as we go to the 15th one, It's the COVID-19 dashboard, and the same as I can just give you a preview if you're wondering, last week versus this week, about 10 more active cases, students and staff, as compared to last week. So again, something for us to keep our minds on, make sure that we're watching and aware of that. This again, students and staff members with active cases. This does not include contact tracing, right? These are the active cases, documented COVID-19 cases within our schools, or at our schools within the entire school district. The next slide on 16, this is the aggregate now, not the active cases, but the aggregate, meaning the total number of cases, COVID-19, since the beginning of the school year. Technically, it's July 1st, 2021 for staff members who work year-round. For students, of course, we started in August, and extending to today, we see the confirmed positive cases for students at 137, staff at 78, a total of over 200. You see the total group in there and the percentages that are impacted. Those are the total number of students and staff, if you will, over the course of this school year, again, being measured from July 1st onward. Then the next slide, vaccination rates. Now, bring attention to the title there. It should say ages 5 and up. That changed throughout the state of California. Once the emergency use authorization for the Pfizer vaccine, once that was received, that then reset all of the numbers of vaccination throughout the state of California. So when you go down to the very bottom, you see California, that was up in the 80s. It's gone down to 74.5 because of this new group, right? The number got larger. The denominator got larger, if you will, right? Because of the kids from the ages 5 and up that were added in terms of being able to, not having to, I want to be clear on that, it's an option, but able to receive the vaccine for the decisions of the parents. So you see from Oak Hills, Phelan, Pinion Hills, Victorville, and Wrightwood, all those numbers went down, as did San Bernardino counties, but those are the most recent numbers as of today for vaccination rates. Any vaccination to partially as well as fully. And then if we go to the next slide, Robert, that would be 18, I think. Thanks for pulling that one up. I want to reiterate this, but make certain that everyone knows who might be listening, who's here in the audience, that we do have a vaccination event that's set for this Friday, as well as then a Friday on December 10th. It is completely optional. I want to be really clear. I've gotten some feedback that, hey, Ryan, I understand maybe that this is a requirement. Absolutely not. It's an option. Those of you who have maybe been keeping track, we have provided services throughout all of COVID-19. We brought those resources and any resources like flu clinics and so forth over all the years I've been working and working in this district, I'll just say that. And so to that end, please know at Wrightwood Elementary School, from 4 to 7 p.m., flu shots as well as COVID-19 shots are available at an option. There's no cost, no insurance, nothing's needed. Just want to, again, one more time, I know I'm beating it up here, but I want to be really clear, it is optional, not required. Please pass that word along. And then, Robert, when we go to slide 19, here's the overview of Governor Newsom's plan. I want to tell you, this hasn't changed. I changed the icon there to the governor's icon, if you will, or image there, if you will. But this has not changed, and I think that's important to note. And I say that the last time we met was on October 26th, I believe. Now we're here 3 weeks later, and there's still been no significant communication in terms of the plan that was announced on October 1st. It still remains just that plan. The order has not been, or an order has not been put in place, either executive by the governor or by the public health department. And I think that's really important in that second bullet. It's been mentioned tonight. It started at public comments and it was referenced correctly a number of times. And I want to reiterate, again, difference between regulation and order, right? Think of those synonymously just for this moment, and legislation, right? With a regulation, that means the personal exemption, personal belief exemption, medical exemption, as well as the religious belief remains intact. Legislatively, it doesn't. So again, we're awaiting that. We'll certainly let everyone know when and if that comes to fruition. We'll let the community know for sure. I also want to attend to the January 1st or July 1st. In the resolution of the letter, one of the 4 bullets in the letter, one of the 5 areas that you're resolving to support was relative to pushing off to no sooner than July 1st. All indications, except from the state government, but all indications we're getting right now says that July 1st would be the soonest. We don't have official word, I want to be really clear, but all indications are that that is going to be the date, that January 1st, it seems to be off the table. Notice the language I'm using, seems to be. I'm sorry I can't give you definitively that that's come from any state official, but that's what we're hearing from all the I'll call them experts and lobbyists and so forth who are connected up in Sacramento. That's what we're hearing. Again, once we hear for sure, we'll let everyone know. But beyond that, no changes. Robert, when I go to slide 20, thanks again for keeping up so well as you always do. This is the staff vaccination or testing situation, right? Remember that dates back quite a while, but beginning on October, at least when the plan was put forth, but on October 15th, we initiated that. And it's up and going. I want to say just a gigantic thanks, Robert Chacon, James Field, Sean Primo sitting right at this table. Just so many people doing great work to put it in place. And then I really appreciate the staff members. They've been responding in larger numbers. We are getting larger numbers to go through the process. Of course, at the last time we were together, it was bumpy. Those bumps are being smoothed out. Sean Primo, thank you for holding on a regular basis 2 times our COVID office hours where we can get feedback and then implement it. And I really appreciate that responsiveness, Sean, that you've demonstrated. Same with Robert Chacon, James Field. This is hard work trying to get hundreds of people through a process. When you asked a question last time, President Hernandez, I think it was a very relevant one. Is there a blueprint that we were operating from? The answer is no. And that doesn't make it easy, right? But boy, it does become easier when we got the great people I just mentioned and so many others working hard to support our just outstanding staff members through a challenging process. We're going to continue to do that, continue to take the feedback, make certain that we're in a place to make the process go as effectively as possible, given that this is, of course, a requirement that has been mentioned numerous times. Sean, I just want to give you a quick chance. Anything I missed that you might want to talk about, given your closeness to this effort? No obligation, but
just want to say thank you again to Dr. Holman, but also to all of the COVID team and everyone who's working. But a final thank you to the staff members who are working through those glitches. And again, we're going to continue to give grace where needed and to work with all of our staff to make this work.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. I appreciate that. I echo your thoughts. The next slide, Robert, in slide 21, I have it in here all the time because we just alluded to it, right? The ongoing change of the guidelines. This is a kind of an unprecedented time during the pandemic. No changes again. Last time we talked about the October 20th change, and it really wasn't a change. It was just a reiteration of the mitigation strategies, and it's still there. I kept it in here purposefully to let you know, again, it's more reinforcement that there hasn't been a lot of word coming from Sacramento specific to what has been said on October 1st and since that point in time. And then as we continue, I think that's most frequently, or most recent frequently asked question. I'll just read it real quickly. What are the details of the vaccination mandate for both students and staff members? And I think I've been talking about it, but you can see, so it's on record. We post these on our website. An order from the California Department of Public Health has not been made yet. Again, Governor Newsom announced the plan on October 1st. No order from the California Department of Public Health nor himself has come through since then. Once that regulation is communicated to school districts in the state, we will notify our entire Snowline learning community. I use that term a lot, my apologies. It might sound a little vague, but given that we have multiple communities in our school district, that's why I refer to the Snowline learning community at large, with all of the staff members, students, stakeholders throughout. We'll make certain that we get that information out for certain, with apologies up front for my 3 and 3 videos. I know people are probably tired of me, but I'll certainly go out in that, if not sooner, as need be. And then, Robert, the last one, I think, gets us to our recommended next steps. And I've kept them the same because I think they still apply. We'll always make certain that we follow up with next steps. You gave me next steps relative to the letter and the resolution. I'll follow up on that. I think that's our most relevant one. But we continue to follow the safety measures as is there. always want to communicate as effectively as possible. And I just put that plug in for those hashtags and ultimately us, ourselves, really linking arm in arm together. It's our greatest strength, right, is all of ourselves working together. And I think we had an outcome a little bit in that regard tonight, but even a bigger outcome is us doing it each and every day to ensure really the best outcomes for our students. So, President Hernandez, maybe I went too quickly, but any questions that I can answer from the board?
Thank you for your presentation, as always, to the board. Any comments or questions on that presentation? I think thorough as always. Come on, no comments, really? All right, very good. Thank you for that presentation.
Oh, you're welcome, thank you.
Yeah. We'll take this to item, where are we at? K1, and we'll take that to Mr. Miller.
Thank you, President Hernandez. What we have before you right now is the review of the 2021-22 school plans for student achievement. Just going to read the verbiage there so that everybody in our audience will know as well what these are about. The School Plan for Student Achievement, or SIPSA, is a document that represents a school cycle of continuous improvement of student achievement. The annual process of developing, reviewing, and updating the SIPSA includes a comprehensive review of the data and the development of actions necessary to achieve school goals. This board item requests that the Board of Trustees review the 2021-22 school plans for student achievement, or SIPSA. They will be brought back to the December 14th board meeting for approval. And just remember that all of our SIPSAs, like the ones that you approved last month for NTS, are all aligned with our LCAP work. And just a few points of consideration here. As you're reviewing all of those plans, they're pretty lengthy. Please feel free to contact site principals for more info between now and 12/14 regarding their specific plans. Secondly, principals will be with us on 12/14 to answer any final questions and be congratulated on their excellent work. And then lastly, their executive summaries are also included there for your convenience, kind of the Reader's Digest version, if you will. They include the school goals themselves and the strategies, actions to reach the goals. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The board is in receipt of the 9 single plans for student achievement, over 300 pages of reading. So to the board, enjoy that leisurely read. We will reconvene at the next meeting to ask any questions you may have. And any comments or questions at this time? All right, hearing none, we'll take this to item K2. Mr. Miller.
All right, thank you again. This item is the presentation of the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant, or EEBG, for those of you that like acronyms. We do have a copy of the expenditure plan attached to the board agenda if you'd like to reference it. I'm going to just go over some highlights of it so you'll be familiar and feel confident in approving the plan when we bring it back in December. Once again, I'm just going to read a little verbiage here so that we'll know what we're talking about. This board item requests that the Snowline Board of Trustees receive an overview of the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant expenditure plan to fund the professional development of teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals, and classified staff. The EEBG plan must be explained in a public meeting, which we're doing tonight, of the school district's governing board before its adoption in a subsequent public meeting, which will be on December 14th. And once again, you can refer to the plan if you'd like, but I'm just going to go over some broad strokes and highlights of the plan. This is a 5-year plan which ends in 2025-26. It's in the amount of $1.9 million for professional development for all staff members that interact on a daily basis with students. So it's the core component of this will be for professional development. We'll go into a little deeper detail in just a few minutes. This will support all staff who work directly with students. Excuse me, I thought I lost the mic there. To work directly with students to best support our staff and students in the transition out of and the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. This will be comprehensive professional development and it will be addressed via a needs assessment so that we can hit some common threads that we're trying to support and enhance across the district, but as well as identify other needs of professional development that will benefit our staff so that they can in turn benefit our students. This is aligned to Title II or ESSA funding, which is the Every Student Succeeds Act of 2015. Falls under Education Code 41480. And once again, this is for teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals who work with pupils and classified staff that interact with pupils. Just going to go over some highlights of what this funding can be used for in regards to professional development. Number one, coaching and mentoring of staff serving in an instructional setting and beginning teacher or administrator induction, including but not limited to coaching and mentoring solutions that address a local need for teachers that can serve all pupil populations, with a focus on retaining teachers and offering structured feedback and coaching systems organized around social emotional learning, including but not limited to promoting teacher self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationships, and responsible decision-making skills, improving teacher attitudes and beliefs about oneself and others, and supporting learning communities for educators to engage in a meaningful classroom teaching experience. Number two, programs that lead to effective standards-aligned instruction and improve instruction in literacy across all subject areas, including English language arts, history, social science, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and computer science. And then lastly, number three, practices and strategies that re-engage pupils and lead to accelerated learning. And our expenditure plan as it's laid out is very simple, but yet comprehensive. It focuses on professional learning communities, training through Solution Tree, the vendor that we're actually partnering with and working with to enhance those efforts, which have been going on for over a decade now. But it's definitely time for an overhaul and enhancement of that system. And so we have 4 years, which are equate to a budgeted amount of $300,000 over that time. We're not budgeting any money this year because we do have some other one-time monies that are supporting professional development for the 21-22 school year. The next item we've identified money for is professional learning communities, on-site coaching and support so that we can provide teachers with direct support in their classroom settings to give them real-time support and encouragement as they're working with students and their grade level or department teams. On the third item, introductory of advanced Kagan cooperative learning structures, training, coaching, and resources, just to keep that effort going and at the forefront. And then positive behavioral support and intervention training, or PBIS, through DM-SELPA. And lastly, we have additional professional development coaching and support based on comprehensive needs assessment, which I alluded to earlier. Let me just go back because I didn't go over the financials on that. For professional learning communities, on-site coaching and support, we're looking at $600,000 over the next 5 years. For the Kagan effort, we're looking at $400,000 over 5 years. And then positive behavior support and intervention, or PBIS, looking at $334,257. And then lastly, the professional development coaching based on comprehensive needs assessment, which is kind of that catch-all, which will allow us to identify other areas of support for our teachers and staff. That will be in the amount of $300,000 over the next 5 years. And just wanted to go back to reiterate the coordinated staff survey effort. My teammate and colleague, Pam Buchanan, has been working with our principals and sites to develop that survey so that we hear all the voices of our not only our certificated, but our classified staff, and find out specifically what their needs are. In many cases, they might match up with the strands that we've identified, but in others, they might have specific
more surgical needs of support just for their own personal teaching practices. And let's see, the local educational agencies are encouraged to allow school site and content staff to identify the topics of professional learning, which supports the need to send out that comprehensive survey. And then just the accounting and auditing piece, we'll want to make sure that as we're managing these funds over the next 5 years, that we're identifying specific purchases made in the way of professional development. We'll also want to identify the number of the following educators who receive professional development, being once again teachers, administrators, paraprofessional educators, and classified staff. So that concludes that presentation. This is a two-part presentation. We'll bring it back next month for approval. Thank you.
All right, very good. To the board, any questions, comments? This training is for individuals by the site, or is it like need-based where those sites will receive, or is it distributed equally across the district?
It's based on need, but a lot of the common threads that we have across the school district, all site personnel that work with pupils will be participating in training or professional development to one degree or another.
All right. So should a site have particular needs that outweighed what another site may have?
Yes.
They would have, okay.
Affirmative, yes.
So an equity-based more than a quality-based?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely, because we'll want to be able to, we know that one size doesn't fit all.
That's absolutely
So we want to make sure, that, absolutely, that if there's site-specific needs, that they're supported.
Fantastic. All right, thank you. I have no other questions.
Earlier we were speaking about train the trainer. Oh yeah, we got to share the mic. Would this include that, train the trainer, so we could train specific district instructors to train our other employees?
Absolutely. We really are firm believers in internal professional development teams within our district to keep it going and sustain these initiatives. So we can definitely do that.
All right, any other questions? All right, this information is received. There's a whopping 3 pages on this one, so the board, if you want to peruse that for the next meeting and have any additional questions, that'd be great. Item number 3, K3, Mr. Miller. Oh.
All right, thank you. This is the last item for me this evening.
Thank you.
Let me see if we, I believe I have a slide presentation that'll be coming up, and I'll review that.
To the rest of the board, you may have this presentation in your email. You can bring that up if you flip your chair around, and it's less blurry this way.
Absolutely.
Not sure if that's my eyes or the focus.
All right, thank you, Robert. So that being slide number 1, I'll name number off the slide subsequently as we move forward. So if you could go to the first content slide, which will be slide number 2. This is just probably our second report of our LCAP. So we did an LCAP status report last month, as it pertains to the ESSER 3 funding that we talked about. So we talked about how that one-time funding will support our LCAP efforts. This month, I'm going to do a brief presentation just on some PLC training, which we mentioned in the last board agenda item as being a focus for professional development. And we've already kind of got the tip of the spear going with our site administrative staff in enhancing their capacity, building their capacity on those professional learning communities so that they can be a support and really help to lead those efforts on their respective campuses. So the first slide just kind of alludes to the development in developing the LCAP. We've made a commitment to strengthening and leveraging professional learning communities across our school district. A lot of our stakeholder groups participated in this, and even if they didn't call professional learning communities by their name, they alluded to some of the purposes of those PLCs. So we had our STA, our bargaining unit, participate in this and contribute to these recommendations. CSEA, our classified bargaining unit, our ELAC and DLAC, which both groups support our English language learners, our foster youth parent group, and our special education parent group. So we've had a lot of collaboration among not only our staff within our district, but also those stakeholder groups within our communities. So going on to slide number 3, just a reference to the LCAP goal that we're speaking of here is goal 1, action 1.1 specifically, and it was written to address the identified need by the LCAP task group and enhance with site-specific experience and needs. And we've got a couple sub-bullets there. We talk about the PLC process itself, being able to provide that equitable access to a rigorous curriculum and high-quality standards-based instruction and assessments by aligning all resources that we have, whether they be textbooks, technology, supplementals that will support that student learning and help them to have successful academic outcomes. And ultimately, the end game is to get our kids, as they exit our system, ready for that college or career pathway. And then our second sub-bullet there would be to reinforce and strengthen the professional learning communities, which I alluded to earlier, and making that commitment to the what we call the 4 essential questions of PLC work. And that's, first of all, asking ourselves, what do students need to learn? How will we know that if they've learned it? If they don't learn it, what do we do? And then lastly, what do we do for those students that learn it to enrich and enhance those education experiences for them? So those are our 4 essential questions that I'll probably mention in some subsequent slides as well. All right, going on to slide number 4. We had an LCAP SIPSA workshop back in June where we tried to get a head start on our LCAP work for this year. So people were getting down to the wire. They were a little out of steam, but I really commend all the efforts across our district for taking those initial planning steps so we could come out of the gate pretty strong this year. We selected a couple areas here. We selected a program called Developing Leaders to Support PLC at Work, Leading with Intention. This is a training program that'll be probably the cornerstone of our work there in PLC initially. And then we also, our site leaders requested additional foundational introductory pieces to be included in the beginning of the training. And once again, we've been doing this work for over a decade, but it's time to just kind of revisit and reground ourselves in this work so that we're really maximizing our efforts for all of our students. All right, going on to slide 5, please. We had a 2-day training that took place on October 4th. We've got a subsequent training for our principals and our assistant principals at our sites that will be coming up on the January 10th. And both sessions, the one we've already had and the future session, will be facilitated by Dr. Tisha Farably-Thomas. She works with Solution Tree or contracts with them. And she's really well-versed, well-experienced in this work, and we really had a good experience with her initially. She is a co-author of a book called Amplify Your Impact, Coaching Collaborative Teams and PLCs at Work, and I see you proudly holding that up. Each one of the board members were issued one of those tonight, just so that they could kind of be up to speed on the work that we're doing collectively within the school district. Once again, we had a great experience with her the first time, and we're really anticipating even a greater session in January. All right, going on to slide number 6, please. The first day of training that I alluded to on October 4th went extremely well. We received feedback from our site leaders in a form of what we call an exit ticket, so they were able to provide feedback of what went really well in the training and maybe what they'd like to see more of the next time. But overall, it was met overwhelmingly with a positive reaction from our site leaders. Training, basically really hit the mark. First sub-bullet there just kind of alludes to our site leaders wanting a blend of the new learning and a review of what they've previously known. So kind of tapping into the foundation of experience they've already had regarding PLCs. And the next bullet there, we're talking. The principals walked away with a set of tools that they were given to assess individually where they are as leaders leading this work, as well as where their sites are in facilitating this work for students. And most importantly what's going to come out of this is the support needed at each individual site, going back to that not one size fits all, but what the sites need to just make sure that they're maximizing those efforts at their schools. And then one of the positive points that came out of the session was just the desire to collaborate with one another, with all principals, regardless of level, whether it's elementary, middle school, or high school, coming together and learning from each other's ideas, sharing experiences, and just learning from each other as they move this forward. And then the last bullet here just goes back to our desire to rebuild and strengthen our PLC focus. Once again, over a decade old, so we just want to make sure that we're not resting on our laurels and we're actually working to get better at those efforts. Slide number 7. We're already looking and planning ahead to next year as far as what it's going to look like. So we've kind of drafted out our initial steps in regards to PLC work and what that is going to transfer into next year as we do the most important work of making sure that this is permeating down to our teaching staffs and our classified support staff. And this year, once again, is going to be assessing where we are as a system, both at individual schools and as a district, so that we can get better as we focus on that PLC cycle, specifically on those 4 PLC questions. And we are exploring PLC training opportunities for staff during the summer. So we're really making a commitment of not pulling teachers out of the classroom. We want to make sure they're in there with the students that they're serving. We know that we'll get the greatest benefit that way. So we're trying to find creative ways of creating training with compensation outside of the normal school day, which includes the potential of a possibility of a summer institute for our teachers and classified staff. And then we're also exploring training opportunities for staff throughout the 22-23 school year. That'll probably take us all the way through that 4 or 5 year cycle using the grant money that we reviewed earlier. Slide number 8. We're just in preparation for that second day, once again with our site leadership, and we're starting to do a book study based on the book that you all received tonight, Amplify Your Impact. So we're looking forward to that, just to continue to build that foundation and being able to have more productive time in those training sessions that we're going to experience later. And then slide number 9. We'll start. We've already started to build our plans, but we'll continue to build out our plans not only for this year, next year, but also the subsequent years. And then slide number 10. We look forward to keeping the board in the loop, as well as our community, regarding that work as it does impact all of our students across the Snowline community. And we look forward to continuing to participate in a collaborative nature collectively to build those common threads that we talked about earlier, and making sure that there's as much consistency from site to site, but also meeting those specific needs that individual sites might experience. And then going on to slide number 11, the bottom line is that our students will benefit from our PLC work as a district. And that leads us to slide number 12, to field any questions that the board members might have regarding these PLC efforts.
I wonder if I can join you on January 10th. Is that something that board members can attend?
Absolutely, just bring your book
And
read the first three chapters. Thank you for your desire to participate.
Sorry, I'm still in your mic. We got to share. Okay, I just have a couple questions. I'm new to all the alphabet soup. But, how are the PLC leaders chosen, and is there at each site, and is there succession planning? You mentioned we're over a decade old, and we may want to just start thinking about that, and that's probably maybe what's prompting a lot of this. But or is this helping us to build that PLC plan and the structure behind it, or is this just to reinforce what we've already been doing?
Yeah, it's really all of the above, reinforcing what we're doing already, kind of showing that up, and maybe checking ourselves in places that we might have gotten a little bit lax, and also to expand these efforts with new information. There's been a lot of research and studies done on how collective teaching, working in teams rather than individually, really does have powerful effects across the system. So, thank you. Yeah, well, the leaders right now that I'm referring to in this presentation are our site leaders. So the principals, assistant principals on the site that are really committed to visiting those individual PLC sessions when teachers get together to collaborate, but also probably the leaders that I did not speak of today would be our teacher learning leaders or department leaders or TLLs, head TLLs at the secondary level, being the high school, that lead those departments and really building up their capacity, confidence, and ability to facilitate those meetings effectively.
All right, any other questions? Member Flores? None? Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Miller. I do appreciate that presentation.
Oh, thank you, my pleasure.
Let's see here. All right. And that'll take us to L1, Mr. Primo.
Thank you, President Hernandez. As part of our sunshine process for our labor groups, we do have a public hearing for each of their initial proposals. So L1 is the Snowline Teachers Association initial proposal. This is a regular process that we do through the process of negotiations. So again, at this point, I will look to you to recommend that you convene a public hearing to receive public comment on the initial proposed items of negotiation.
Thank you very much. I do recommend we open up a public hearing for that, and we'll do so at 9:55 p.m. Any comment relative to the public negotiations of Snowline Teacher Association would now be accepted.
Yeah, I'm trying to open up the
No problem.
thing on the agenda. 1 second.
And at this time, if there are any comments from the audience regarding this public hearing, now would be the time if you want to be heard. To the board, any comments or questions?
No, I think they're covered in that other session. No.
All right, very good. We will close the public hearing on personnel negotiations at 9:56. Item L2, Mr. Primo.
I'm sorry, President Hernandez. It does look like, again, Nancy Stapp had reminded me that we do have the board needs to vote to accept the proposal.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't get that far down. It states that we are to receive input regarding, and there is no action on this recommendation. Is this, we still have to take action?
I would appreciate it.
Okay. Approval, thank you very much. A second. The chair will second. Can I get a, all in favor by raising show of hands? Unanimous. And we'll take that to L2 now.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Similar to the Snowline Teachers Association, our classified bargaining group, the California Schools Employee Association, CSEA, Chapter 278, also sunshine their proposal since our last meeting. So we also are having the opportunity for you to open a meeting, a public hearing of the board, to receive public comment on those proposed items of negotiation as well.
Thank you very much. We do recommend we open up a public hearing, and we'll do so at 9:50. Should I wait till 9:58 or should I do it now?
Go ahead and do it
9:57 p.m. Public hearing is now open for personnel negotiations. The California School Employees Association, Chapter 278 for Snowline School District. Any comments from the public would now be heard, as well as comments from the board. Actually, I do have one. Dr. Holman, we've heard from several of our staff that testing in terms of COVID-19, is that a negotiable item or is that just a requirement in another setting?
So it's certainly a requirement, right? I mean, as we've been talking about that all night tonight, right? It's a requirement, but what becomes negotiable in anything are the conditions, right, under which we operate. So the conditions would be what would be negotiated, but in this case, the mandate has to remain. Right?
Okay.
And in all cases, the right of a mandate.
I appreciate that. Okay, hearing no comments at this time, I will close the hearing at 9:58 p.m. And that concludes all the big business. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right, Nancy. My apologies. A motion to approve the initial proposal from CSEA.
Motion.
Thank you, sir. A second. The chair will second. Can I, by a show of hands, all those in favor? Any opposed? And the preferential vote from our student board member? Oh, she does agree. There we go. Unanimous vote there, Miss Stapp. That will take us to board member comments, and I will go ahead and open that up to Member Flores. Oh, I'm sorry. Our student board member, Nicole, from Serrano High School, senior, taking pre-calculus and just got her first acceptance letter, I found out from her. Oregon, was it Portland State? So congratulations.
Okay, so a few things. First, thank you for everyone who attended and who's online watching. I hope you will listen to this open-mindedly, but I want to remind the audience that not everyone wants to refuse the mandate, and there are some students who choose to take it and who would rather take it than not take it. I know that everyone here was for opposing the mandate, and that's just a fraction of the people, but I also want to remind you that it's just a fraction of the people who do oppose it aren't here. I appreciate that the board acknowledged that we should be giving the people a choice and the students a choice. I want to remind all the parents that are participating in the, I don't know, you'd call it protest of not going to school, that there are two positions on that. Students who go to school on those days are having to, from what I've heard, are having to push back their more important lectures to move those to the following days because so many students are absent. And that's unfortunate for those students because it's affecting their education now. I also understand that the reason of doing that is to make a point to the board or to the district. I just hope that you'll remember both positions, not just one. Moving on from that, we have some positive news. Last week, Baldy Mesa, well, they reached out to me to let me know that they honored their veterans with an assembly and a parade, and they presented 2 flags and 2 quilts of valor to the veterans, and they were provided the donuts and coffee for those veterans from local businesses, which was very enlightening, and I just want to appreciate that for a minute, and then also acknowledge that Kindness Week ended last week. Well, we acknowledged it last week, but kindness lives on, and for us to demonstrate kindness through the next few weeks and forever, I hope. Yeah, so just an applaud to them for that, and for the district for participating in Kindness Week. I see Dr. Holman's wearing his bracelet there, even after Kindness Week, so that's wonderful. So, yeah, thank you to the board. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Parr. There's some insightful words there for mature to be on your years. I appreciate that. And I think with the board, we can excuse Ms. Parr. She has school in the morning, and would probably appreciate getting home to that. So thank you for attending tonight, and thank you for all your words. And now we'll turn to Member Flores.
I'll keep it brief. First, I just want to say thank you to everyone who came out tonight. We really do appreciate having community involvement. I think we spoke, Dr. Holman and I, 2-3 weeks ago, that one of the silver linings to me of everything that's gone on over the last 19 months has been getting parents re-engaged in their children's education. I know that at times that hasn't been the case, so I'm glad to see parents involved. That's one of the things that I would like to see going forward. I'd like to thank President Hernandez for leading us through tonight and steering us through. Thank you for doing that for us tonight. 3 small things, very quick. Just wanted to say I got to visit the Snowline Academy, I think it was 2 weeks ago, and just wanted to thank them for the great work they're doing, still doing that independent study model. So to the whole team over there, we really appreciate you and appreciate what you're doing. November 3rd, we had the Veterans Dinner, a drive-through again here. We had a wonderful time getting to see everything that went on that day. Thank you, special thank you to Mr. Anton, who was my 7th and 8th grade history teacher and gave me an absolute love of history. And so thanks to him. And then also a Snowline alum as well, Kyle Zimmerman, who helped us from Chick-fil-A. Last thing I'd like to maybe just get some information on, maybe we can meet soon, is I've been hearing from members in the community how they would love to have parental involvement back on campuses. I don't know where that fits or how that fits, but I know that because we do have, at least for staff, the rule right now for staff on campus is to either be vaccinated or to submit to weekly testing. If there's a way, and I don't know if we start at the county level or how this works, but it would be so wonderful if a parent can just maybe go through the same thing that staff goes through to either have that negative test or to, if they've been vaccinated, be able to go on campus. I know one of the things at where my children go, the Heritage School, they love having parent involvement, being able to help teachers, grading papers and things like that. Talking to Dr. Willie Jones this last week, it'd be wonderful to have some extra parents on campus as an extra set of eyes, just who would be willing to volunteer. So that's all I have for tonight. Thanks again to everybody tonight.
Thank you, Member Flores. Member Bristol.
All right, I'll go fast. So today, Let's see, today at JUSD, we covered some PBIS, some PLCs, some ADAs, some LCAT, some
You forgot Esther?
SPUSA, some EEGBs.
Did you get the SIPSA?
We went over we talked about STA and CSEA. So there's a little bit of a learning curve to the alphabet soup, but it's all there. And everybody up here knows more about that than I do. So I'd like to thank the board for these long days we've been putting in, and we're doing a good job, whether everyone knows it or not. Other than that, it's been a long night, so that's about it.
Very good. Member Behringer.
Thank you very much. I would just like to comment about tonight's meeting. I think it was very productive, and I'm happy that we were able to pass the resolution and the letter and get them sent on their way to the parties that can help impact the actions that we are desiring here. And I'd also like to comment about Nicole, our student board member's comments that I think were very insightful in terms of folks holding their students back from attending school on certain days to protest. It's only hurting the kids, and I think that it is making a point, but I think we can find more effective ways of doing that. It's important for the kids to attend school and be in the seats. And also to comment about the Veterans Day event at Veterans Park in Wrightwood last Thursday was very well attended. It was fantastic. We missed you, but it was very well attended and a very worthwhile event in recognizing the service of our veterans. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Bloom.
No comment.
Thank you, sir. All right, as always, I do appreciate our community's involvement coming out, speaking your conscience. I greatly appreciate it the unkind and unnecessary comments be eliminated, that heckling is just unnecessary. One doesn't know the struggles or strength of anyone else, and so just please remember, we're Snowline kind and we are just one Snowline family. Did miss the Veterans Dinner due to other engagements, but I really can't wait for that to return to an in-person event. I had attended that previously. It is awesome, and I just can't wait for that to come back. So that may be along those lines of the essential parents coming onto campus, a topic that is dear to me and my family. We've always volunteered on campus, and the disconnect at the moment is unfortunate. And we know that our local school does need that support, that the outreach that we do provide in that community is highly important, and strides to getting back to parents on campus to volunteer and to help out when, where possible would be beneficial. So I'm not sure if that was yet directed to Dr. Holman to start researching. But if not, let's go ahead and please do what we can to get those volunteers back. And really, just was really impressed with Ms. Parr, our student board member's comments tonight. It does take a lot, and it does show a level of maturity to compose a statement at that age, in contrast to a particular audience. So that strength that she showed tonight is clearly reasons why she is excelling the way she is, moving on in her academic career the way she is. So really appreciate that. Do miss our other board member tonight. Hope Rudy can get back to us next time. And we're supposed to be switching that off and on. So that's all I have tonight, and we'll go ahead and move that over to administrative comments. And the gentleman behind the scenes tonight, Mr. Chacon, I'm not sure if you are available for any comments. It looks like he is good to go, so no comments there. I'll turn to our assistant superintendent over here, Mr. Miller.
All right, thank you, President Hernandez. Just a couple quick shout outs, just kind of bring this conversation full circle to our students, our wonderful students, and want to highlight a couple of our high school students. First of all, just to build a little context real quick, at least a couple of our board members were on board when we approved our dual enrollment over at the high school so that students could take high school courses and get college credit through VVC. So just an outstanding program. And I was talking to one of my former students over at Phelan Elementary School when I was there as principal, Kinsey McFadden. I hope I'm not going to embarrass her if she hears about this, but I had a chance to talk to her tonight, and she was just, or this afternoon, and she was very excited. I was asking her, first of all, I asked her, what grade are you in now? And she goes, I'm a senior. And I said, oh, great, boy, time goes by so quickly, and what are your plans next year? She goes, well, I'm going to go to VVC. And she goes, I'm going to go to VVC as a sophomore. So she's really getting a year's college under her belt at Serrano High School over these last couple of years, which really gives her a head start. As you know, some of you might know, I'm a champion of our community college system, and I think it's a great way to go. But I'm just so proud of her to take that she took advantage of the program and really has been able to jumpstart her post-secondary career. So here's a big shout out to you, Kenzie. And then our next Serrano student, Member Behringer mentioned the Veterans Memorial, or the Veterans Day ceremony up in Wrightwood. A big part of it this year was an Eagle Scout project that was completed by and led by Grayson Rushworth, who's also a senior at Serrano High School. He did an incredible job leading the effort. If you guys get a chance to get up on the mountain up to the memorial, it's a brick project where all of the dirt area of the memorial has been covered by bricks, and they've got commemorative bricks dispersed intermittently throughout the project. So we have names of community members, both deceased and ones that are with us today. And it just gives a little testimony of their military service, years served, branch served, and whatnot. But Grayson did such a wonderful job with that project. It was well thought out, and it's something that's going to be something to be proud of for years and years and years to come. So here's to you, Grayson. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Primo.
Thank you, President Hernandez. 3 quick thank yous. First of all, to my HR team. We continue to try to hire for all open positions in Snowline. So again, they do such a fantastic job. Also connected to that because of their COVID work as well, contact tracing, and getting information to our staff that are required to quarantine, et cetera. So thank you to that group. Also like to thank all of our students, staff, and parents for this tough year and striving to continue to make this year as regular as possible given the conditions. I appreciate all those efforts. And finally, one of our core values is principled relationships with our labor groups. As I commonly say, I don't have a lot of context in my job because I'm learning it a lot this year. But I will tell you that I would give a shout out to our STA and CSEA leadership and negotiation teams, including our representatives, Dawn Stecker and Brian Todd, just simply because, again, I feel that energy of principled relationships, not only coming from our side of the table, but from their side of the table, and really trying to look for the best outcomes for Snowline. So a big shout out to those labor group reps and negotiating teams. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Stapp.
Well, I just have to say that in my minutes, Member Bristol, it's going to say that you shared all the acronyms you've learned in the last year. Good job. I would like to say that I have a granddaughter in middle school volleyball, and she's just enjoying the heck out of it. And so I'm grateful for all of those who spend their time to work with those kids and give them a great opportunity in learning sportsmanship and a skill. So I appreciate that. I am also excited for the work that we're doing in the, is it Amplify Your Impact regarding the book that the board was given tonight. I am excited to do that as I continue my work with the site secretaries and those in our office. So I appreciate that opportunity as well. And I would just give a big shout out for Kindness Week. You know, these times are it's so difficult, it's hard. And honest to goodness, I just believe that kindness just is so important. I get phone calls from many of the community members and parents, and you know, my heart goes out to everybody on all of these issues. And I just find that if I can, you know, sometimes they come at me and they're upset, but the more that I just work at spreading that kindness and showing them that I do care, it makes a huge difference. So I am grateful that our district is a certified kindness district, and honestly, we do work hard at that. It is not something that we take lightly at all. So thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Dr. Holman.
Thanks so very much, President Hernandez. Thank you for those comments there. All of you, really, not just Nancy, but everybody. I'm going to begin at the end of the table there with Nathan Bristol and that acronym PBIS, right? Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports. Let me just try to, I guess I would say, give an example of, if not reflect, that significant initiative that has been, in place. Sean Primo and I were kind of reflecting on it, 20 plus years when we were principals at 2 different sites when we initiated it. One of the major tenets of it is the recognition of the desired behavior in a ratio of 3, 4, 6 to 1, even 8 to 1 over the correction being 1. So let me give a bunch of recognitions here. I'm going to begin with all the people who remain. First of all, a huge thanks for remaining here. But even the collective from the beginning. When I walked in, I was just asked for attention so that I could welcome everybody. And from that point, just the large majority of the behaviors were very productive, and I thank everyone for that. It was mentioned very early on by Member Flores over here how much that's needed, right? Greatly appreciate that. And we talk a lot about the kids are watching, and sometimes that's used in a negative light. Well, kids are watching when productive conversations occur like today. I think the large majority of them were that way. Thank you for that. Greatly appreciate that. And I want to, maybe my correction might be on the attendance. I want to pile on a little bit, if not amplify what you said. President Behringer, I absolutely support the right to protest and to do so in a peaceful way. But I want to say one of the things we're fighting for is in-person learning, right? And maintaining that in-person learning. And we talk about the value, and it seems like that is, if there's one thing we can all agree on, it seems like, is the value of in-person learning. So please, you know, those peaceful presentations I continue to support. Or protests, I should say, but get our kids here, because it was said so very well, President Behringer, also Nicole Parr, that it makes a difference, right? It makes a difference for kids each and every day when they're here. It's about the learning, not about the money. It's about the learning for sure. So I appreciate being able to share that. I'm going to give a big thanks, Robert Chacon, James Fields, Rick Hernandez, making this happen. That's another example of we knew people were going to want to be here. We didn't want to be crowded in any setting. We were able to come back here. This is hard work. Thank you so very much for making it happen. Those 3 that I just mentioned, none of them have audiovisual team designation on their long titles, and so it's another duty as assigned. Thank you for making it happen, because it means a great deal when we reach out and make certain that our community can come in and have those productive conversations. And I also want to give a big thanks to our police department. Chris, you remain here. Thank you for being here and supporting. You maybe saw Chris walk out so that he could escort Nicole so she could be safe. Thank you for making certain that safety is a priority to the whole team here. That's why they're here, is to support, to be part of a process in a positive way. So thank you so very much. It's absolutely appreciated. I can't amplify World Kindness Day much more other than to say it should be every day, right? So I'm so glad that we're doing that. And then lastly, to the board, this is hard work. Leadership is hard, and particularly in times of a crisis, a pandemic, whatever we might call, strong leadership is necessary. Thank you for providing that for our community. Because I know just from reading, if not getting information other ways, it doesn't seem to be the norm in all instances. I don't want to say that it doesn't exist elsewhere, but I'm glad that it exists here. Thank you, 5 board members. It's hard work, but it's the right work. All of us working together as we link arms to do what's best for each and every single child. It's a true honor, and it's a pleasure that I get to serve that way and serve side by side with all these people up here, all the people here tonight, and really all 45,000 residents here in Snowline. Thanks, President Hernandez.
Thank you. There being no further business come before the board, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, that was quick. And a second.
Second.
By show of hands, all in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? This meeting's adjourned.
Hey, 2 times in a row, right at that seat, Don. Yeah, good to see you, Don.